But those claws on the wings are, once again, invaluable.
We come to this place for science. We come to Paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce. Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Happy Wednesday, and Gender is Abstract, thank you for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, too.
Happy partner-anniversary.
I, didn't realize it was my partner anniversary until I was getting ready for today's stream, just a few minutes ago. Holy cow. Thank you for the well wishes. It's good to have you here. And, look who's come to join us right at the beginning of today's stream. Mini Pie, what are you up to? Hello. Anyway, if anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduzo. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today. I had a cold over the weekend, and I'm still getting over that. This light isn't quite right. Let's fix that. There we go. But I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, whether it's going out into the field and digging up dinosaurs live on camera, like we've done for the past several years. 11 weeks we spent in the field last year, excavating fossils, collecting data, and streaming 7 days a week. Or whether I'm back here in my office, streaming usually about 4 days a week, going over new scientific papers, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, doing lots of viewer Q&A, or talking about fossil science in pop culture, like we'll be doing today with Netflix's The Dinosaurs that we started talking about yesterday. The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and bring fossil science to the people, to show you, rather than just tell you, what paleontology is all about, to show you how it works, who does it, why it's important, why you should care about the history of life on Earth, as we can understand it through the fossil record. It's important stuff, and I'm here to talk about it with you. This is a conversation rather than a lecture. That lovely chat window allows you to, well, talk with me. I think it's really important for scientists to be able to talk with the general public whenever we can. This is my way of doing that, and this is also how I make my living, believe it or not. This is how I fund my research, my travels, and my fieldwork. I get to get several birds stoned at once, so to speak. Using outreach to allow for the rest of my work it's kind of a dream come true. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity, and I'm really glad you're here. So if you have questions about dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, or if you have questions about other kinds of fossils, everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil ferns to fossil frogs, all of that falls under the umbrella of paleontology. If you're curious about any of that stuff, don't be hesitant. Don't be shy. I'm here to talk about it with you. And thank you for the happy anniversary wishes, everybody. Really appreciate that. Yeah. It's funny, this is, I always forget that this is my partner-versary. I usually make a bigger deal out of when I first started streaming, which is May 8th, 2020. I guess it was March 11th, 2021 that I got partnered. That also happens to be another special day, which is commemorated by this new mug. Check this out. I just got this morning. take a look. What are those right there? What are those, Mini Pie? What are those? Careful, it's pretty full. Don't knock it over. Check that out. Yeah, baby leatherback turtles. Yes, indeed. Mini Pie, watch it. Lordy got that for me. Because March 11th also happens to be... we'll call it Daniversary. That's when I first met Lordy, was March 11th, 2020. And it was through her that I met Ios, and learned about Twitch, and then got started streaming. So, yeah, it's a big deal. March 11th is a big day for me. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we should make sure our landlord here gets paid. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. I don't want to get evicted on my special day, huh? No. She's like, it doesn't matter to me. Well, you would say that, huh? As a member of the property owning class, huh? Yeah. Anywho. It's good to see everybody here. Lenino, Wolvulus, Deathsaurus, Lordy, Trace, Rushwing, Maxwell, Paxton, and Shark Geek. Thank you again for giving us a great place to raid into last night. I hope the rest of your interview went really well. I could only stick around for a little bit, but really cool, Shark Geek.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
And it takes about 15 months to reach that wingspan, doesn't it there, Disco Fountain?
Partner-Anniversary.
At least when you nourish it with primes like that, I guess. Disco Fountain, thank you. For your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Shark Geek, if you're here, if you wouldn't mind doing some self-promo, who were you interviewing yesterday, and what was that all about? For those folks who were not here for that raid, I think that was really cool. Thanks again for the support. You bet, Shark Geek. Glad to be of whatever assistance I can. Anyway, somebody here's getting restless. All right. Okay. Time to pay up, huh? Yeah. Look at those eyes. She hungers. She hungers. Yeah. All right. Let's get you some food. Or some treats. Let's try the new ones. The old ones are getting a little stale. Let's try some of these. What's that? Oh, a special occasion? Special treats? What is this? Look at those. Wow. No hesitation, you're just gobbling them up. Well, well, well. What do you think of that? And will the live stream be safe from spoilers? I haven't finished episode 4 yet. I haven't even started episode 4 yet, Utah Raptor. I watched episode 3 last night and enjoyed it. So, the only spoilers that you'll hear here on this broadcast are ones that, well, that natural history has already bestowed upon us. Like, well, shoot. There's a big rock that hits the Earth at the end of episode 4, which paved the way for our own evolution on this planet. Big asteroid about the size of San Francisco. Hit the Gulf of Mexico. So, I hope that's not too much of a spoiler. Yeah, sorry, Reanimated Bit. Yeah. So we will be talking a bit about some specifics, I guess, from Netflix's The Dinosaurs, if you're interested.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Thank you, Utah Raptor 14, for the prime there. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words.
Work with science here, meet.
I really appreciate that, Utah Raptor. Thank you for your ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Thanks for helping keep me here online. Oh man, she's like, that package doesn't look empty. Sorry, Minnie. Well, okay, I'll give you some more. And I guess so. Partner anniversary, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah, this was a surprise to me when I logged. Oh, look at all those. My goodness. Too many. She's going nuts for him. Look at that. So I think this demonstrates that she was just bored of the other treats. And thank you, Reanimated Bit, for the 8 months of support. The alert didn't fire properly, but Reanimated Bit says, next you will tell me that this impact left a geological layer in the Earth? How preposterous. Oh yeah. We could talk about that a little bit if you'd like to. But we've got a hype train going here. Beautiful. Excellent. And Niffler, thank you for the 100 bits.
Sweetie knows there's a celebration afoot.
Does she? I haven't seen her around. This is Mini Pie here.
It made reptile history.
Different pie.
The fierce old
Thank you.
The dinosaur dynasty.
Holy cow. Petrodactylus, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. Really, really appreciate that. Phenomenal. Thank you kindly for your generosity there, Petrodactylus. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Brilliant. Makes me laugh every time, and I'm still getting over this cold. Sorry.
Happy Daniversary. Paleontologizing.
Happy Daniversary to you too, Lordy. Like I was saying earlier, it happened to be on this very day in 2020, a year before I got Twitch Partner, that I met Lordy for the first time. And through her, I met Ios and got introduced to Twitch as a platform. I didn't really know about it before then.
Utah Raptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
And Dyson Dinosaur, thank you for the 33 months. Holy cow. Really appreciate that, Filippo. Thank you kindly. Really appreciate that. I hope you're having a great day, Filippo. It's good to see you. 24 months, that's a long time. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, wonderful. If anybody's not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, you're missing out. He is Twitch's other resident dinosaur paleontologist. He also does tabletop games, RPGs, and not the explosive kind. Not the kind that you get stopped for at the airport. But I wouldn't know anything about that, you know. Almost finishing a new manuscript? Well. That's exciting. Holy moly. We still need to talk about how long we need to give that critter its proper due. I'll find a day to do that. I think that would be neat. It'd be cool to do an interview about that at some point, Filippo, if you'd be interested. But yeah, and thank you, Jennequa, for your well wishes. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Cheers. It's good to have you here.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Beasts like Hyptacularaptor, apparently. Thank you for the 41 months, Hyptacularaptor.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you for helping me continue to do this, Hyptacularaptor. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Yeah. How long that has been? I know, right, Dyson Dinosaur? Yeah. Well, you know, we should do that at some point. I'm way behind schedule with a bunch of stuff right now. I'm way behind on emails and all that, so we'll figure something out, because I want to talk about that. Yeah. But yeah, and Golganek, yeah, I haven't seen episode 4 yet, but yeah. Wolfie, other than the... Well, I have that too. This is where my water is. But thank you, Smallman, for the 210 bits.
Less than pretend that's a dino bone and not a wrench, Lil.
I can pretend, yeah. What would that be? What bone would be most similar to that? I could see that being like a tibia tarsus or something. I don't know. Anyway, femur, maybe. If the, yeah, actually, because you could have the femoral head, and that, yeah, especially like a mammal femur, I could see that. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Episode 4. I think you might be mixing up your series there, Crimson Carnotaurus. And thank you, Victorious, for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate your generosity.
Victorious just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Splendid. I appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you, thank you. Fantastic.
Really?
And,
spared no expense.
Thank you, thank you. With Ginkgo, I love your username, by the way. Ginkgos are such
gifted a tier 1
such cool
sub to
plants.
Viking eating.
Yeah. What a cool organism. Ginkgos are really neat, and they've been around for, well, since before the dinosaurs. I think the first ginkgo fossils we have are from the Permian. Maybe the Triassic, but I think they're earlier. I think we've got ginkgos from the Permian. Today there's one species left that I'm aware of, but they used to be quite diverse during the age of dinosaurs. Lots and lots of different species, different shapes and sizes to the leaves. Really cool stuff. Looks like we're 25% of the way to our goal already, which is excellent.
Oh, what time, oh, what fun.
And thank you, Oh It's Me, Kay, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kay. Oh goodness, why all these notifications? Oh, we had somebody go through and like a ton of posts and stuff. Nice. Let me look through my saved posts. I want to say we might have a little deal. Oh, here we go. Yeah. This person on Blue Sky, a British paleobotanist, she does wonderful illustrations of different fossil plants, including, look at the variety of different ginkgos from the Mesozoic. Here's like what we have today, but lots of different shapes and sizes, different orientations of the different like leaflets, pinnae, whatever you want to call them. Really cool stuff. Ginkgos are a really interesting group of plants today. There's what, like 1 species? During the Mesozoic, highly speciose. And it's really cool to be able to piece together what some of these plants would look like from various bits of fossil plant. Super cool stuff. Anyway. And that's not a fabric print, this is digital art right here. Wombat Hole. Here, I'll give you a link to her profile. So that you can follow her if you're on Blue Sky. But yeah, she does really cool stuff. And she's got a blog, Paleoflora at Blogspot. Oh, this is neat. Too many ginkgo leaves. That's really cool. Awesome. Some are big, some are small, some have a bunch of different pinnae, some just have one main one. Just interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Any news regarding Claire's phone? I haven't heard. Lordy may have heard something. I don't know. I've actually not been in contact with Claire for a couple days. I heard from Lordy that Claire's phone was acting up. So yeah, hopefully she's back soon. But yeah. And Reanimated Bit says, I don't know why it took me so long to learn that flower petals are modified leaves. Yep. That's actually one of the things that I want to talk about with Netflix's The Dinosaurs. Is the focus on plants. It's been really good, I think. I mean, I'm not a paleobotanist, so maybe I'm a little too easily impressed, but I think it's been really cool how they've they've weaved plants into the storyline in such a way that it's clear that plants are like a major player in the history of life on Earth. They're not backdrop, they're not, you know, I guess to use video game terms, they're not an NPC just kind of there doing something in the background. No, they are active participants in the history of life on Earth. Being molded by and shaped by animal evolution, and also molding and shaping animal evolution too. And also molding and shaping the very landscape of our planet. There would be no like soils on Earth if it were not for plants. They don't really talk about it in that, but it's an important perspective to have and to remember when you are a member of the animal kingdom, like you were me, you know? But yeah. Yeah, it gives our gymnosperms, which is non-flowering plants. You're right, Utahraptor, yeah. Oh yeah, and the flowering plants certainly do get a big shout out. Golganek. I thought that was interesting. I actually have some questions about that. But we'll talk about that in a bit. And that one guy says, heard about the Triceratops known as Trey? There's 2 or 3 or maybe 4 different Triceratops that I've heard nicknamed Trey. It's not an uncommon animal. There's a bunch of Triceratops specimens from all over the tri-state area. This tri-state area, of course, being Montana, Wyoming, and South Dakota. Also, there's some from North Dakota, Colorado. There might even be some Triceratops specimens from Saskatchewan. But anyway, yeah. The Trey one, that might have been a commercial specimen that got sold at auction. I kind of forget. The one that gets talked about most. But yeah. Yeah, anywho. And thank you for the Partner-versary well wishes, Nelf. I appreciate that. Yeah. And hello, Gav. How are you doing? Welcome. Before I forget, let's do a Blue Sky post here real quick. And, yeah. Let's see if that screenshot's any good. That'll work. Let's use it. Right, beautiful. Save as. Post that here. So we're talking more about the new Netflix series, The Dinosaurs. How many different series have been called The Dinosaurs over time? I want to say there's like 4 or 5. PBS had a series called The Dinosaurs in the late 80s or early 90s. It was pretty influential. On today's Paleontology Twitch stream. Apologies for the noise. I'm going to use my number pad to type out an M dash. There we go. It's my 5-year partner-versary. On Twitch as well. Let's get rid of that one. Join us. Just listen and hang out. twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Today's backdrop features 3D printed skulls of Pachycephalosaurus and a small juvenile Tyrannosaurus, as well as armor osteoderms of Ankylosaurs and a baby Triceratops skeleton, among assorted Mesozoic style greenery. There we go. Paleontologizing looks good. Oh, there we go. That's why it didn't light up. Okay. No typos detected. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And I guess the "the" helps differentiate it. No, that's my point, small man, is "The Dinosaurs" has been the title of numerous documentaries over the decades. I'll show you. But first, here is a link to that post if anybody would like to interact with it. There you go. Nice. Yeah, here. The Dinosaurs. There we go. 1992. PBS Home Video. Brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. They're just showing off the animated bits here. This is mostly a live action series, although the animation is cool. The Dinosaurs.
Paleontologist Robert Bacher.
This is Como Bluff, Wyoming. To me, the most beautiful place in the world, because it was here at Como in 1877 the first complete dinosaur skeletons were found, and suddenly dinosaurs became famous worldwide. So illustrious were the finds here among bone diggers that the greatest minds in paleontology were willing to wage war right here. For 15 glorious years, the digging went on here, from 1877 to 1892.
Be careful.
Nothing like it has come since. And the dinosaurs that came from here.
And that's kind of no longer true. There is something like that happening today in China. That's kind of where the focus of dinosaur paleontology is moving. It's pretty impressive what's going on over there. I'm more than a little jealous. But anyway, this is one of these series, PBS's The Dinosaurs, that uses that phrase, that title of The Dinosaurs. So the new Netflix one is it's not the first series to be called The Dinosaurs. Although I guess this one has an exclamation mark, which the Netflix one lacks. So yeah. And I know, right, Short Geek? Yeah, I think that was kind of staged for the camera. That's not how we actually do excavations. So yeah. Anyhow. But there you go. And Crimson Carnotaurus. I've not seen the Hell Creek episode yet. That's got to be episode 4, the one that I haven't seen yet. Excuse me. Wait, no, there was Edmontosaurus in episode 1. The Pachycephalosaurus trying to to make his way across that floodplain to get back to his herd. It was in the very first scene, as I recall. Yeah. Oh, referring to the skulls. Oh, gotcha, Crimson. Okay, yeah. Oh, the background. Yeah. Yeah. And club. Oh, that's not a club right there. That's an osteoderm. Oh, hang on. This is from, shoot, who is this from? It might be Invictarchs. But, see the big keel on it right there? So this is the armor plate of a big armored dinosaur. It might be Invictarchs. Find you a decent one. It almost looks like a Paleostream illustration. Might be. But hang on, Rogan27. Well.
And their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Really appreciate the raid. Rogan27, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thanks for bringing everybody over. And, well, shoot, for anybody who might be new... Let me show you a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to the channel. Then we'll get back to Ankylosaur osteoderms. There we are. And thanks, every class.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Thanks, Rusty Guy. Appreciate that.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing.
It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea?
And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science.
Yeah, there you go. Welcome. We'll be getting back out into the field and doing some field work. Excavating fossils and collecting data live on stream. For much of this summer, and I might be doing some of that in the springtime here too. We'll see. We might be linking up with Uncle Andrew over in St. George, Utah at some point. We'll see. But yeah, awesome ammonite puppet every time. No, that's a nautilus there, Petrodactylus. What do you mean puppet? No, that's
Science.
Oh. Yeah, what do you mean puppet? Yeah. Chambered nautilus is such a cool animal. Holy moly. And there were some interesting, like, parallels to leatherback turtles in their biogeography as well. Remind me sometime, and we'll talk about that when I'm not already 3 tangents deep. I want to make sure that I get to this. We were talking about this right before the raid. This is an armor scute, what we call an osteoderm, of an armored dinosaur. This might be Invictarchs, or it might be somebody else. I forget. I need to figure that out. But, yeah, they've got these armored scutes on their back, what we call osteoderms. See, these are embedded in the skin. There's a bony core, but this is a 3D print of one, obviously. It's not painted yet or anything, so it's going to look a little rusty. But there's all of these grooves that are like, they're for blood vessels. So the bone itself is bone, And then it's pitted with all of these blood vessel grooves like that. And then these like little holes, these pits on it. These are all attachment points and nutrient supply for a keratinous sheath over the top of it. So it's the same kind of material like our fingernails. That's keratin. This would have been over the top of it. Kind of like the horn on a rhinoceros is made of keratin. So, a rhino skull right here. These are replicas, but the horn on a rhinoceros is not bone. It's keratin, the same material as our fingernails. There's a woolly rhino. That's pretty cool. Anyway, so keratin is a really interesting kind of material. Highly versatile. It's pretty cool. These animals were covered by it, so their armor plates were this weird kind of sort of genius combination of bone and keratin working together to form a highly resilient suit of armor over the animal. I'll show you, I really like the Saurian Ankylosaurus model. I especially love the coloration on this. The way that it almost has... It's almost like a warning pattern, being like, hey, stay away. I'll mess you up. You do not want to mess with me. Oh, and shoot, this model has been disabled? That's disappointing. That was really cool to look at. Ugh. Anyway, really cool stuff. Ankylosaurs are a really interesting group of animals, and I like that they got some real adoration in Netflix's The Dinosaurs. We can talk about that, too. So, anyway. And thank you, Nobarum. And thank you, Classical Gas and Apple Juice for the well wishes. Excellent. Yeah. And Nobarum says, so the spikes on the dinosaurs could be longer, even sharper? They were. Yeah, certainly. Because what we're looking at here is just the bony core. So, here we'll take this spike, for example. This might be what Jim would call a splate. It's like a cross between a spike and a plate. So this is just the bony core. In life, it would have been covered by a layer of keratin, several layers of keratin. Make it longer, sharper, and more formidable. And one thing that I don't feel like I see often enough is coloration on these. It seems like when most people do illustrations of ankylosaurs, like those armor scutes and spikes and stuff like that, they're just kind of like brownish or grayish, which doesn't make a great deal of sense to me, because this is an animal who they probably wouldn't be very good at hiding in their environment. Camouflage is probably not going to be their strategy, their primary strategy. So having like warning coloration on there, like we see in here, makes a lot of sense to me. Almost like a venomous animal, like a poison dart frog, or what this reminds me of, a Gila monster. These are what, Gila-dermatid lizards? They are venomous lizards, and they have special color patterns that work both as camouflage, like they do blend in fairly well with their environment. But you get up close enough and it's like, oh shoot, that color pattern is telling me I do not want to mess with this guy. That is a warning. He's saying, hey, if I bite you, you could die. So don't mess with me. Yeah, and the Gila monsters are so cool looking, Petrodactylus. They really are. Yeah. They're so neat. Yeah. The gold-yellow colors for Ankylosaurians. Yeah, they're... It's interesting, like, which... I would really love to see this kind of color pattern take off as, like, a trend for these guys, for when people are reconstructing them. That's why I really like to show off this reconstruction. The Saurian one, I think, is superb. It's so good. And it seems like the artist R.J. Palmer might be one of the concept artists here, but I think he was taking cues from this critter, which makes a lot of sense, you know. There you go, Shark Geek. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. And reanimated bits says, can keratin carry coloration like you suggest? It can. Here, let me show you a clip. Brian Eng, who we had on the stream not too long ago. Let me find that VOD real quick. Famous paleo artist, very well respected. Let's see. Here we go. He came to... There he is there. Came to our little museum in Fremont, California, to unveil...
That might be a problem.
A new sculpture.
We have like bad history. And so it might take a minute, but it looks like...
Guys.
Paleo artist extraordinaire.
Yeah. Currently a dirt artist.
And he's humble too.
It's just like field work, you know?
It is very similar. 3 brushes and 2 Ooga Booga saws at your request.
Nice. But yeah, chat, there under that
tarp is a Pleistocene ground sloth.
Yep, and here's us unveiling it. There we go. 3 Pleistocene ground sloths, in fact. A mother and 2 babies. Yeah.
The light is nice right now, but
yeah.
I think it'll really pop if we rotate.
If you're ever in Fremont, California, drop by and come see this.
Okay.
At the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont.
Room? Yeah. By her tail. If we were to swing her a little bit. Oh yeah.
Anywho, really cool stuff. Here is a link to that VOD right there. So, but anyway, keratin. Here we go.
Dilophosaurus's crests would have been far more durable for another reason. Believe it or not, it's not just extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled, bony crests. There are actually dozens of species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Well, the birds.
Many modern birds also have air-filled, bony crests connected to their sinuses, and all of them sheathe their crests in keratin, the same hard, horny material that makes up birds' beaks.
So a rhino's horn, our fingernails, the casque in the beak of a hornbill here, or the armor plates on a stegosaur or an ankylosaur, these would have been covered by keratin.
Keratin is a remarkably durable material, so much so that large cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed. Some large hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests, and some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bone supporting them at all.
Yep.
The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life. In some birds, the keratin expands the size of the crest up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest. Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these showy crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display, helping birds to communicate and attract mates. But they have other functions as well. One recent study demonstrated that cassowary crests are an important structure for thermal regulation. By flushing the air-filled crest with blood, cassowaries can offload excess heat, which helps to keep their brains cool in the hot tropical climate where they live.
Pretty cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this video too, especially if you're interested in Dilophosaurus. This is a superb way to bring your understanding of Dilophosaurus more current, more into the present. Like, we know a good deal more about this animal than we used to. If you're If your picture of Dilophosaurus looks like this,
Ew!
yeah, this is way out of date and completely inaccurate. They don't have that big neck frill like that. The skull on this looks completely wrong. The animal is way too small. Oh, I love this image right here. Here's the doofy mini Dilophosaurus from Jurassic Park, and then here's actual Dilophosaurus for scale there. It's a much bigger, more formidable animal than Jurassic Park, or especially Jurassic World would have you believe. Anyway. Yeah. Reanimated Bit says, I'm trying to imagine a rhino with a brightly colored horn now. Well, that's the thing, is that mammals, like rhinos, tend to not have very good vision. And most mammals are pretty well colorblind, which is why they tend not to be brightly colored.
And those claws on the wings are, once again, invaluable.
And Hugin, thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that, Hugin. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. Without that kind of support, I couldn't do this. So thank you very much for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It's a big deal. But yeah. So there's a reason why most mammals tend to be really drab colored. Most mammals are like brown or gray or grayish brown or brownish gray. Let's find a Mammals of North America poster and you'll see what I mean. There we go. A lot of brown, a lot of gray, some black, some white. Some light gray, some dark gray. Some light brown, some dark brown. Mammals tend not to be very brightly colored, and it's because most of them can't see in color. So they're not showing off to each other using color. Most mammals tend to be fairly... Vision is not their foremost sense. Rhinos especially don't have very good vision. If mammals are going to communicate with one another, especially over any kind of distance, they're going to make noises or they're going to produce smells. Most mammals are kind of nose-forward creatures. They've got very good sense of smell. Most mammals have pretty darn good hearing, too. Dinosaurs would have had... Many of them would have had a really good sense of hearing and pretty good sense of smell. Some dinosaurs had an incredible sense of smell. We can tell by looking at endocasts, like models of their brains from well-preserved fossil skulls. We can figure out the shape of their brain, look at the optic lobes, look at the olfactory bulbs, look at these different sense centers in their brain to get a sense for how they're perceiving the world. We have every reason to think that dinosaurs had full color vision. Part of that is this, the good old EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. If there's something we don't know about dinosaurs, like did they have color vision, we can look at their most recent common ancestors. Or their closest living relatives. That's the phrase I was looking for there, sorry. Like crocs, who are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs, and birds, who literally are dinosaurs. So much of bird anatomy is directly inherited from their dinosaur ancestors, including, as far as we know, their eyes. Birds have an incredible sense of sight, for the most part. Most birds have spectacular color vision, tetrachromatic color vision, which means they can see colors that we can't perceive as human beings. So birds can see more colors than we can. Like, we can't even imagine, necessarily, what a bird can see, because our brains just aren't set up for that. They can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. There's like the very hints of that when we see iridescence in bird feathers. when we see that weird kind of like, almost like hologram type quality that they have to their feathers, it's like we can just kind of see the very edge of that. To a bird, this is going to be even more spectacular looking. Like, we can just barely imagine that. But anytime you get this, like that weird, almost psychedelic kind of effect, yeah, it's like we're just seeing the very precipice of what a bird can see. It's just a little taste of that visual splendor that birds are showing off to one another. Because of that, because we know crocs have color vision, and birds certainly do, we have every reason to think that the non-bird dinosaurs had full color vision as well. And so this is one of the reasons why I think a lot of documentaries and paintings and movies and stuff featuring dinosaurs, they often make them too drab. Not brightly colored enough. Not visually stunning enough. Especially when you look at the crazy assortment of different spikes and plates and frills and feather fans and other things like that that we know dinosaurs had. These were very showy animals. And you look at something like a critter like Stegosaurus. Like, this is a spectacularly garish animal. Just, like, what are you even doing? Why are you exerting, like, you're spending so many resources on evolving these big, showy, ridiculous plates like that? Why? And they look different in every species of stegosaur. It's not like there's one particular setup that is really good for thermoregulation or for camouflage or for this or for that. It's like, no, each one is different. That points toward it being for display, for showing off. Maybe it's kind of like a peacock's feathers in the sense where it's a big, expensive, kind of ridiculous structure whose whole point is to be a billboard, to say, hey, look at me. I'm so good at surviving. I'm so good at taking in nutrients and not getting eaten by predators that I can afford to blow all these resources on a giant, ridiculous, showy thing on my back. I've got really good genes. Like, come have babies with me. Maybe that's what's going on with these guys. It seems to be a display thing. I gotta say, I wasn't enamored with the Stegosaurus portrayal in Netflix's The Dinosaurs. I think those plates, I think they exist to be big, showy, ridiculous things to show off to one another. And you didn't really see that in the series. But I've talked with Stegosaur researchers who are like, yeah, I don't really know what the plates were for. I think I know, but it's an idea, you know.
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool!
Oh, Batra, thank you for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Shark Geek, she sees a turquoise dinosaur. Oh, she liked turquoise? That's funny. This is a really nice... Yeah, I guess you could buy this online. When's your anniversary there, Shark Geek? Because, she might like this, I don't know. This is really good. This is, I think, the same company that makes the Gastonia model that I have, that I was showing off last year in, last September in Utah. Yeah. Yeah. And Utah Raptor 14 says, hey, if I was walking around with gigantic plates, I would also want them to be colorful. I agree. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says the plates could also have several purposes, with display being one of them. Sure, yeah. I mean, it gets tricky when we're talking about something like that from an evolutionary perspective, because as human beings, we love to come up with simple answers for phenomena that might be quite complex. And when we're talking about a structure like this evolving over time, there might be several different selective pressures acting on it from different directions. But like the classic example there is was like a peacock's feathers, where the bigger and showier they are, the more likely they are to attract a mate, but also the more likely they are to attract a tiger and to get you eaten. So that's an interesting thing, like an example of different pressures exerted from different sides. But sometimes a structure might originally evolve and be selected to do a particular thing, like act as a structural anchor point in the skin, or muscle attachment points, or something like that. And then suddenly there's a little mutation that occurs in a lineage, and that thing that was once for a certain purpose can now be used for something else too. Maybe it can be used for display, or for camouflage, or for maybe it produces a certain sound or something like that. I think about crickets all the time, how they generate their chirping noise, like crickets sing, by... It's a mechanical sound. They're like rubbing their legs against some sort of structure on their body. That's what produces that sound. Their legs didn't originally evolve for them to sing, you know? That wasn't the why of how that structure came to be. Their legs evolved for locomotion, or at least they were adapted for locomotion. But sometimes a structure is there and then it gets what we call exapted for a different purpose. So, I wonder if I can find you anybody talked about this on YouTube? Exaptation in evolution. Because it's a fascinating subject. Let's see here. Excuse me. We could try that. Let's try this from SciShow. Even if it's not talking about exactly this subject, I'm sure we can tie it back to it. There. And hey, Paralititan is back. How you doing, Paralititan? Paralititan says saltosaurid osteoderms. These South American, are they titanosaurs? I want to say they are. They're osteoderms. They're armor plates. Have the exaptation of calcium storage for eggshell development. Now that's a twist. Yeah, I've heard that it's been suggested that ankylosaurs may have also used osteoderms for mineral storage, especially in like highly seasonal environments. Like I think that was suggested for Antarctic Delta, way down at the southern end of Gondwana. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how you go about testing it, but cool to think about. By the way, when you were here the other day, Paralititan, I think I missed a question of yours. You were asking me a really good one. And I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I missed that, because I currently want to work on a paper about this. You're asking about whether we know the relationships between Dermachelyidae and Protostegidae. Protostegid turtles like Archelon, and then like modern leatherback turtles. And it seems like the jury's still out there. I don't think there's any kind of broad consensus on how closely related these two different groups are. Yeah. So protostegids like Archelon and Protostega and the modern leatherback. We don't really understand the relationships of marine turtles as well as I would like to. And I need to talk to some of my turtle friends. And and ask if any of them would want to be co-author on a review paper about this. Because this is something that I find really fascinating. And I'd love for somebody to figure this out. It's not going to be me. But if I could help nudge that process along by writing a nice review paper and kind of summarizing what we know or don't know about this right now, what has been published on in the literature and all that, that could help drive the field forward there, so to speak. Sweetie Pie, hey, what are you doing? Oh, she's come here to collect rent. Yeah. Anywho, I don't know enough about turtle phylogeny, turtle osteology, anything like that, in order for me to be comfortable having like a sole authorship review paper about this. So I want to bring at least one proper turtle person on board. I was hoping I could go talk to a colleague at Berkeley yesterday about this and ask if she'd be interested, but you know, I'm still a little under the weather and I really don't want to get anybody sick, so I just stayed home yesterday morning rather than going to the seminar at Berkeley. But I'll send her an email. If she's uninterested, I'll ask Josh Lively, see if he'd be interested in co-authoring a review paper. I want to do the vast majority of the work, but I'm not comfortable working on turtles solo yet. I want someone who is well qualified in turtles to be there to make sure I'm not embarrassing myself, if that makes sense. Yeah. Starmy says, how old are the cats? So I think... How old? I want to say the first cats show up around the Miocene? First true cats? We have like stem cats, things like Nimravids from the Eocene, right? But I don't think we actually get proper cats until... Might even be until the Neogene period? We should look that up, huh? Yeah. Huh. Let's look up, Felidae. Are these the true cats here, Felidae? Evolutionary history. Feliformia split off. Okay, we don't even know when Feliformia split off. 50 to 35 million years ago? So we've got like a 15 million year error bar there. That's nuts. I didn't realize that. And Felidae and the Asiatic Lingsangs are considered a sister group, which split about 35 to 32 million years ago. Interesting. Okay. So I guess we've got a better handle on when the Felids split off and do their thing. And I don't know my numbers for the Cenozoic as well as I should. So 30... Okay, yes, I guess we're solidly in the, Well, it could be latest Eocene or it could be Oligocene for when cats become, their own group. Huh. Yeah, your family's been around for a while, actually. It's pretty good for a mammal, you know? Yeah. Is that molecular clock based? I'm always skeptical of those numbers. I don't know, Parallel Titan, yeah. You mean you're skeptical of the molecular clock? I mean, I'm a paleontologist, so I have to be like, well, you know, let's see some actual fossils, please. I feel like there's so many different things that can buy us a molecular clock calculation like that, so I don't know, we can look. What are the this looks like it's probably molecular, yeah. Oh, well, shoot. See, but somebody who works on molecular phylogenies would be like, well, of course you as a paleontologist would say that. And how do you account for morphological convergent evolution? You're not looking at genomes in the fossil record. You're not looking at those genetic markers. You could get fooled by fossils just some of the bones happening to look similar, when instead it's just convergent. So I don't know. Yeah, there we go. So this is all molecular. Huh. Anyway, for anybody wondering what we're talking about, it's there's different ways to try and build a family tree to show how different organisms are related to one another. Like, what are the characteristics that you look at? Are they physical characteristics? The shape and morphology of the bones? Like we have from fossils? Or do you look at DNA? It's funny, I always have to remind myself that DNA can be tricky sometimes, and you can get weird convergences that evolve. It's not flawless, you know? It can fool you. Balint over at Science Streams has told me about this before, how, you know, analyses with DNA are not completely objective. There's still some interpretation required. There's still some subjectivity there. And I think that's important to remember. Huh. Yeah. Anyhow. You want some treats, sweetie pie? Would you like that? I think we can make that happen. Yeah. Oh, what's over here? Oh, what's that all about? Well. Brand new. What could that be? Smell good? Ooh, try some of those. What do you think? Oh, no, where are you going? They're not down there, they're up here. Hey, come on back up. Come here. Yeah, they're up here. You hear that? They're up here. Hey. Come on. Well, Sweetie Pie has a lot going for her. She's very sweet. But maybe there's a reason we don't call her Smarty Pie, you know? She doesn't have to be that clever. No. That's not the best strategy for her, I guess. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Charlie's Dragon says, I agree, dating with fossils is good. Molecular clock is sort of a decent backup when you don't know fossils. I mean, yeah. I mean, ideally, you can use both methods and kind of use them to cross-check one another. But yeah. Wow, what do you think? Were those good? You're still finding them under your floof, huh? You know, if you stand over here and put your face over there, I'm sure you could find more of them. But right now you can't really back up without falling off the desk. Oh, well done. You got all of them. Okay. Nicely done, Sweetie Pie. Anyhow. Do you have Save These Lives? Would love to share with some people. Save the Oh, yeah. Goose Togo. On the YouTube page, we've got nearly all of our saved VODs from the past 3 years or so. 989 videos so far. So you can go back and look at previous broadcasts, including special ones like when I did an interview with Scott Benson about leatherback turtles back in December. We've got, this is when I was at TwitchCon, right here. And then fieldwork live streams. So out in the field, digging up fossils, gathering data, all that good stuff. Those are all there on the YouTube page. There you go. Yeah, I should really make like a command about that or put it on the... I don't know if it's on our About page for Twitch. But I should look into that. Thank you again. You bet, Goose Togo. Thank you for being so interested. I appreciate you. Thank you. We still have to do Metazoa. Oh, and let me explain why, what I was doing this morning. I wasn't able to take a bunch of photos because this was a facility where photography is prohibited, at least when you're inside. But extra special treat this morning. I got to go on a VIP tour of the Oakland Zoo Veterinary Hospital, which was really, really neat. They do public tours. You have to book them in advance and pay like a little donation fee, but yeah. This is the only photo that I have from that. But the Oakland Zoo is it's kind of a world-class institution. And they have a spectacular veterinary hospital there on site. Really cool stuff. I wonder if I can find if they have any videos online. We got to see a baby mountain lion there, a baby puma, who's in really rough shape. They're really hoping that she pulls through, but she's getting top quality care. In fact, I was a little jealous. I've only ever been to the hospital since I was a baby, maybe once or twice in my adult life. For me, I've been many times for other people. Accompanying other people to the hospital, not like I said. And not being like, oh man, you should see the other guy, you know? It's not like that. I've not spent a lot of time in hospitals for me, but I gotta say I was a little jealous of the care that these animals get. It was pretty impressive. Here we go. Oakland Zoo put out a video a few years back. This is neat. And hey, Casey, how you doing?
Wildlife Wednesday here on Coffee TV. Morris Knight, Miss Sarah Kramer, the education specialist at the Oakland Zoo. And we're actually outside the Oakland Zoo Vet Hospital. And this is a great facility. It's actually kind of new, right?
Yeah, you know, the Oakland Zoo's veterinary
2012,
just
that's what I was
opened about
told.
a year and a half ago, and it was a huge upgrade in terms of our medical care for our animals. So our vets moved
it's
from
impressive
a really
stuff.
small building they'd had since the 1960s into this gorgeous LEED certified 17,000 square foot building.
What about
Wombat Hole says, what sort of health insurance do the animals have? They've got Medicare for all, you know? And heck, if it's good enough for them, it should be good enough for us, right? Come on, USA. You know, don't get me started on... You know, don't make me tap the sign again. There. I know this talks about schools, but it could be about healthcare, you know? Yeah. Don't make me tap the sign again. Anywho.
Animals outside the zoo, are you able to take care of those too?
You know, that's a really good question, and we get that really often. You know, can people bring their pets here? If there's injured wildlife, can they come and get treatment here? And the answer is actually no, for quarantine reasons. So well, your pets or wild animals might carry germs or parasites, and we wouldn't want to expose our zoo animals to those potential pathogens.
And actually, when I went on a tour of this facility today, we did have to go through a little detox procedure. It was just a little boot wash, where avian influenza has been going around, and that can be transmitted via feces that might be sticking to the bottom of your shoes. And so we just had to like do a little shoe wash thing before we went into the facility. Really easy, but
we're going to take a tour through in just a few minutes here when we come back. But find out more about it online, oaklandzoo.org.
Yeah, anyway, you can actually book a tour here too. Oh, and this person did like a whole video on it. That's neat. Most expensive vet hospital I've been in.
Popped out. Did you see that?
Worms in the body. That sounds absolutely fantastic. That's
You're like, great.
Yeah, just lovely.
Okay.
All right, you guys, we're here at the Oakland Zoo. I have never been to this zoo. I'm so excited to be here. We have some special encounters ahead of us. Let's go check them out and have some fun. Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Jordan.
Awesome. So you guys, we are here with Chantal. Chantal, what do you do here?
I'm a docent at the Oakland Zoo. I've been a docent for...
Oh, and she did the, we had to watch a little video on the way in, and she narrates it. I recognize her accent.
12 years. And I'm so excited to take you on a tour of our veterinary hospital today.
Very cool. Anyway, I should get in contact with them and see if maybe we could do a stream from there at some point. I guess he got permission to do a YouTube video. That could be really cool. Anyway, Sweetie Pie is back and maybe looking for more treats. I don't know if you're gonna find him in the camera arm there, sweetie. She's gonna try her best though. Huh. Huh. Yeah. You looking for more treats? What's going on? Is everybody else asleep in the rest of the house? You came back. Do you want more treats? Is that what this is? Is that what this is? Okay. Okay. And rhino colonoscopy thing. So there weren't very many animals in there today, but I did get to catch a glimpse of the baby puma. Really small, still really dark colored, had all the spots all over it. Cross your fingers that she continues to do well, because she was like on the brink of death when they got her. But they're doing their utmost to try and bring her back. Try and get her to fully recover. And if she continues to pull through, you'll probably see that on the news. And we'll share that here on stream too, if some media starts to go out about that. Oh, what do you think? Good stuff, Sweetie Pie? Yeah? Oh. Well, you want some more? Is that what this is about? Let's see if she'll eat the old ones. What do you think? Yeah? No? Oh, there's a bunch. That's too many, frankly. Let's see. Anyway, I'll pull up the site. If you're ever in the Bay Area and would like to take a guided tour, of the zoo itself or of the veterinary hospital, here's a link. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's a neat thing. I need to go back with my mom sometime. I think she'd really enjoy that. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie pie. Anyhow. Let me clean off the desk. There's cat saliva all over this now. But, yeah. And did I give you a link to the last video? I don't think I did. There we go. And yeah, I really hope she makes it too, Casey Snowhart. We'll see about that puma. They're doing their very best. Like, it was kind of cool in that, like, every room that we got to walk through there at the vet hospital, whether it was the pharmacy or the laundry room or the, like the surgery center or other spots, there were monitors there showing a little webcam of the baby puma enclosure. She had a big plastic cone around her neck and this spirally, slinky-like IV going to it. And so the staff members who were there, the veterinary keepers and the veterinarians and the physicians, they were all like, you could see them like glance over at the monitors every few minutes. Because apparently the other day, the puma, they're calling her Clover, she was, I guess she got hold of the IV thing and chewed through it. So they're keeping a close eye on her to make sure she doesn't do that again. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Starmie, no, I do not feel the need to try any cat treats myself. Like the cats, I also free feed here in this home, which is really nice, you know? If I ever get really hungry, I could just walk over to the fridge and grab an apple or something like that, you know? Anywho. But yeah, hopefully we'll have good news about that baby puma soon. Let me grab a paper towel and clean off the desk. There we go. Yeah. Speaking of aminimals, we should do Metazoa before I forget. Be right back. I'm gonna throw this out. All right, let's do some Metazoa and see if we can get today's animal in fewer than 6 guesses. Metazoa is our daily animal guessing challenge. Using an evolutionary family tree, we have to try and figure out what the mystery animal of the day is. And it's not loading, come on. Refresh the page. Here, while we're waiting for that, we'll pull up our tree of life here. The way that this works is, as far as we know, all living things on our planet, from bats to bacteria, all share a common ancestor. They all evolved from the same critter about 3.5, maybe 4 billion years ago. So all life on Earth is related, and we can illustrate those relationships using a big family tree like this, just like your family tree, if you've ever worked that out. Same kind of deal. So, jump to us here, Homo sapiens. There we go. There's us. That's not necessarily our native habitat right there, but That is kind of something we like to do, huh? Is invade new environments. Just can't stop us, you know? Anyway, all living things are related, and we can illustrate those relationships using this branching diagram like this, what we call the tree of life. And so it's cool how we can read this, where like our our closest living relatives are bonobos and chimps, who themselves share a common ancestor only about 1.6 million years ago. Go back a little bit further in time to 6 million years ago. That's where they link up with us. And then you have gorillas. Got to go back about 8 million years, and then we all came from the same species back then. 14 million years ago, all the great apes sprang from a common ancestor. Keep doing this further and further back until you get to the dawn of life on Earth. It's pretty cool how this works. This is the unifying principle behind all of biology. It is the most important concept in the life sciences, which is why it's so crazy that like this barely gets taught in American schools, at least. And schools in other countries too. Turkey has a big problem with this, South Korea. There's a lot of very politically powerful people who don't want you to know about this because they're threatened by the idea of all life being descended from a common ancestor, all living things being related. Because if that's the case, then, you know, if we're all family, then how do you possibly justify things like racism or oppression or anything like that? Anywho, don't get me started. Yeah. We are fascinated with it, yet somehow we're still... I don't know what you mean, Toilet-Gator. I think I'm misunderstanding. Anyway, let's jump into Metazoa here. Thankfully for Metazoa, we don't have, like, the probably hundreds of millions of species. We only have about 1.4 million species. It's just animals. The clade is called Metazoa. Zo or zoa is a Greek or Latin word meaning animal. That's where zoology comes from, same root word. That's where zoo comes from. Or zoonotic disease, that means like an animal-derived disease. Metazoa is the name of this clade. A clade is an evolutionary group. It's an ancestor and all of its descendants. That's what we call a clade. Animals are a clade, Metazoa, and Metazoa, the game, is kind of a pun there. It's kind of a play on that word. So yeah. Lilith Farton says, tell us what you know about jellyfish, please. How long do you have? I'm just kidding. I don't know that much about sea jellies, but we will talk about them more extensively when we do some more turtle streams. Leatherback turtles, their primary food is sea jellies and other gelatinous zooplankton. So we'll get to that. But anyway, for right now, let's jump into Metazoa and see if we can get our critter guessed correctly in less than 6 guesses.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. It's taking a while to load today. Huh. Nailed it in 5 today. Very nice, Lenina. Very nice. Well, well, well. Oh, you're talking about the humans and habitats we're not adapted to. Gotcha, Toilet-Gator. You're not somebody to type nonsense into the chat, so I'm like, what am I missing here? That makes sense. Yeah. Alright, here we go. This game is fun, and I love to play it as like a little daily challenge. Kind of test our phylogenetic know-how here a little bit, but it's not perfect. There's some biases in this, like for one thing, it's heavily biased toward mammals. Which makes sense. This is a game created by mammals. By humans, presumably. We're a kind of mammal. And so there's definitely, like, mammals are overrepresented in this game. Give me the name of a mammal, chat, because that's usually a good place to start. And none of these pouches are shelled eggs. No monotremes, no marsupials, please. Give me a placental mammal to start with. Is it 90% beetle? I know, right? Palatine. It's got like 5 beetles programmed into it or something. There's not very many. But it's got like... It has about as many beetle species as it has bear species, I think. So there's definitely a mammal bias here. Rat is a good one to start with, Starmy. I like that. It's from a really speciose group. The Rodentia, part of Glyres. Let's start with... rat. Which... That reminds me... Why am I thinking of this? Oh, right. I don't exactly know what this is a reference to, but I just thought it was really funny. Where'd it go? I would love to learn how to edit like this. I think it's really funny. But speaking of rats...
So, where did you train, Linguini?
Train? All right.
Surely you don't expect me to believe this is your first time cooking?
It's not.
I knew it!
I just heard rat, and I thought of this.
5th time. Monday was my first time. But I've taken out the garbage lots of times before
Yes,
that.
yes. Have some more wine. Tell me, Linguini, about your interests. Do you like animals?
What? Animals? What kind?
Oh, the usual. Dogs, cats, horses, guinea pigs, rats. Have you ever had a pet rat?
I don't know what this is a reference to.
You know something about rats! You know you do!
But I find it really funny.
So...
Anyway, that's funny, I just heard a rat in that accent, and I don't know. Dexter, I don't know what, yeah. Is that a television show, Mako-san? Anyway, I find it amusing. Let's try rat. Rats are part of the most speciose group of mammals, Rodentia, so it's an excellent place to start. And MetaZoo is sure taking a long time today. Yeah. The crime show, Dexter. Not Dexter's Laboratory, but a different Dexter television show, you're telling me. Huh. Oh, and holy cow, we, see, this is an excellent place to start. So it's not quite a rodent, or part of Glyres, but it is part of Uarkanto Glyres. So this is the clade that includes rodents and their relatives, and primates and their relatives. So let's zoom in on that. Well, let's go to mammals first. Right here. So, mammals are a group of animals that includes you and me, plus Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie, and Min Pie too. Elephants and echidnas and bats and rats and cats. Mammals feed their young with milk. Most of them give live birth today, but you don't have to be a mammal. These guys, the monotremes, certainly don't. Platypus and echidnas, they're part of a more kind of ancient group of mammals. Anyway. Apart from them, we've got the Therian mammals. These critters do give birth to live young, and they do not lay eggs. Some of them have their young in pouches. We call those marsupials. They all share a common ancestor. And then you have the placental mammals. This is the majority of mammal species today are placentals. You have Boroeutherians. And then one branch on that part of the tree is the Euarchontoglires. This is the group that includes the rodents and their relatives and the primates and their relatives. So we guessed rat, which again was an excellent place to start. Our critter is not a rat and it's not a rodent, but it is a Euarchontogliron. So what does that tell me? Well, we can take a left or we can take a right here. We've got the rodents and rabbits, glires, and we've got Euarchonta, which is the primates and their relatives. We guessed a rat, which is part of Rodentia, so we know it's not gonna be part of this branch. So, is it part of here? No. Our critter has to be a Euarchontan, which is the primates and their relatives like the colugos and the tree shrews. Yeah. I don't think tree shrew is in Metazoa. It's not. And Colugo isn't either. Colugos are really cool. They're like... They've been called flying lemurs before. Yeah, Philippine flying lemur. They're so cool. We've talked about them many times on stream before, because they're just so bizarre and neat. But anyway, primates. So... We've got two major branches within Primata. The Strepsirrhines and the Captorrhines, is it? Haplorhines, sorry. I'm gonna guess it's probably one of these guys. I don't think it's gonna be a lemur. Well, could be. Let's try that just in case. We'll try and snip off this more basal branch here. And, let's try lemur.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try that and see if it gets us closer. Metazoa is taking a while today. Yeah. Oh, no, sugar gliders are a different thing, Lost View. Sugar gliders are kind of marsupial. Okay, our critter's not a lemur, so it's got to be a haplorhine. But yeah, sugar gliders are on the opposite side of the mammal family tree. They're closer to kangaroos and koalas. Anyway, so our critter is not a strepsirrhine, so like I intended, we can snip off this branch. We know it's not that. It's got to be a haplorhine. So this is all the monkeys and apes and tarsiers. We're part of this group too. We're part of the old world monkeys and apes over here. So why don't we try that? Let's try human. 'Cause why not, you know? One of these days, it's got to be us for Metazoa, right? Let's see here. It's still loading. And it's slow today. It's still loading. What? No. Bad gateway. Rat. I guess it timed out. Code time limit. I've never had this happen before. Human disconnected medicine. I don't like humans. I mean, What did we ever do to animals? Oh, please. Yeah, understandable. Interesting that they've got little sauropod dinosaurs here as their motif in the background. We might not be able to do Metazoa today because I don't want to cheat. Well, you know what? Here's what we'll do. I'm not going to cheat here. We'll just type in the same exact guesses that we did last time and retrace our steps. I want to be as honest as possible about this. So let's do that, and we'll see if we can get it to work. Oh no, here we are, back where we were. Okay, nice, nice. We don't have to worry about that. It recovered our progress. And,
with massive jaws filled with
well.
razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
Fluffy Deinonychus. Thank you for the 44 months of support. Holy cow. Thank you so much for helping keep me here online for the past 44 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Here, let's continue here. So our critter is a part of Simiiformes, but it's not a human. So Simiiformes, I think, is... Here we go, monkeys and apes. So, it's not going to be a catarrhine, an old world monkey and ape, because this is what includes us. We guessed humans, and it says, nope, best I can do for you is Simiiformes. So that tells us our critter has to be a new world monkey. These are capuchin monkeys, I think probably howler monkeys, etc. So we've got capuchin, howler, and tamarin. Oh boy. Could be any one of those. I feel like it's a coin toss here. Sweetie Pie, you're back again. Here, we kind of need to finish this, you know? Yeah. Can you come back a little bit later? Would you mind doing that? Or you're just setting up shop here. Okay. And thank you, Dr. Hubs, and Circles Now Squared. Appreciate you. And Saranlin. Let's do a little poll here. Let's do a little poll here for the chat, huh? See what kind of New World monkey we want to pick first. Because I feel like it's a three-way coin toss. You know that famous thing, a three-way coin toss? All right. Which New World monkey should we pick next? Howler, Capuchin, or Tamarin monkey? Is that what it was? Yeah. And start poll. There you go, chat. It's up to you. Who shall we pick? It's a popularity contest at this point. We'll see. We'll see. Husky says no. That's not an option. You gotta pick one. Alright. So far, Capuchin is winning. Although Howler's not far behind. Howler could catch up. Uh-oh. Howler and Capuchin are tied. Howler is pulling ahead. I'll bet that enlarged hyoid. There you go, Golganek. That is a signature of the Howler monkey. Nice. And there we go. Howler monkey wins it. All right, let's go ahead and guess Howler monkey here. Here, watch out. Watch out, Sweetie Pie. I need to get to the keyboard. Here we go. Let's give that a shot here. All right, it's loading. Harder to force a tie on 3. Exactly, Lenina, yeah. Yeah. And I'm glad we're not going to have a riot on our hands. I think Fried Egg said, Howler or I riot. You know? No justice, no peace. Well, your demands were met. No riot. I'm good with that. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. And it is still loading. Holy cow. Is it gonna time out again? We'll see. The suspense. I know, right, Lenina? Alright, because there's no right. See, you can never please everybody. Howler too powerful for a Metazua. Too loud, more like it. Oh, I do kind of hope it is Howler Monkey, because that'd be cool to find some videos of that critter. They're pretty amusing animals, Howler monkeys. Man, did they make their presence known. They are not quiet critters. I want to take it as a good sign that it's taking so long to load, because oftentimes it takes a little longer to load when we've gotten it right. Because it's trying to generate the little copy-paste thing, but we'll see. And tamarins are cuter, though. They are very cute. Yeah. And there's a bunch of species of them, aren't there? And hey, Pimp Cat, how are you doing? Yeah. And that is really cool, Petrodactylus, yeah. I've been around howler monkeys in captivity where, like, they're just going nuts. They're being as loud as they can, and you can, like, feel it in your chest. It's kind of wild. Like, it's such a resonant sound. Yeah. And we'll see, Gene Wen. Hopefully it doesn't time out again, but we'll see. They're so scary and so cool. They're pretty neat. They're pretty neat. Huh. Are they cool? They're at the zoo in Seattle. Oh, very cool, Checker. I don't think we have them here at the Oakland Zoo. They might have them at San Francisco Zoo. Sorry. Man, this is taking forever. It is gonna time out, isn't it? We'll see. But what zoo did I see howler monkeys at? It might have been the one in Indiana. We did a live stream from there in 2021 or 2022. Yep, 504. Okay, great. Continue form resubmission.
I like turtles.
Oh, that's it. We got it. Yeah, we got it in 4 guesses. Not too shabby. All right, that's worth posting. All right. Here we go. Brilliant. The page took forever to load today. With multiple 504 errors. But I got it. There we go. go. Not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed. Yeah, excellent. Score is 5 tonight. Nicely done, Petrodactylus. Nicely done. Yeah, started from the rat, now we're here. Exactly, Lost Q. Exactly. What's funny is that, like, when we're looking at primates like this, we talked about this a little bit last week. Primates don't start off looking like primates. They started off looking like tree shrews. The earliest primate fossils that we have are things that look kind of shrewy, kind of squirrely, something like that, kind of like Purgatorius. Here's a critter from the earliest Paleocene of North America. It was originally described from Montana, I think. I think it's where the name comes from. Purgatorius. It sounds like it could be the name of like a death metal album. Purgatorius. Or it could almost be like a Mad Max character. But I think that's a play on Hell Creek. The Hell Creek Formation in Montana. The latest Cretaceous and earliest Paleogene. The very end of the Age of Dinosaurs and the very beginning of the Age of Mammals. Purgatorius is from the very beginning of the Age of Mammals and might well extend into the Cretaceous too, but we haven't found it yet. Its remains are very small. That is what, a vertebra and a limb bone? Or is that a jaw? I don't even know. They're so small. But anyway, our earliest primate ancestors looked a little something like this. A lot like a modern tree shrew. These critters split off pretty early, as you see here. Actually, this isn't even that early. Anyway, you've had members of the UR content group that have been doing the same general thing forever. And so they, as a result, they look pretty similar to what they used to look like, you know? Their outward appearance has not changed very dramatically, I'll put it that way. Because they've got no real reason to change all that much what their exterior looks like. They're good at what they do, you know? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right, sweetie pie? Yeah. Yeah. Lord Purgatorius. There you go, watch. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, Lost Goose has started from rat, now we're here. I mean, our ancestors as primates started off looking a lot like this. And now here we are, you know, on twitch.tv, being bullied by cats. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. What do you think? Yeah. Downhill from there. There you go, Cheatland, yeah. Oh. Whoa. What are your thoughts, sweetie pie? Yeah, anywho. The Killer Shrews. Is that the actual episode number there, Hogan? Did you look that up, or do you know that off the top of your head? Because if so, that'll be very impressive. But yeah. Anywho, good stuff. I find myself needing to use the little paleontologist room. So speaking of this idea of, mammals kind of getting their big break after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds. And how they started off looking kind of small, shrew-like. I mean, that was kind of the way to be a mammal for a long time. Don't get me wrong, there are other morphologies. There were glidey mammals, there were sort of swimmy mammals, but for the most part, they all looked relatively samey during the Mesozoic. I mean, let's be honest. It wasn't until after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs that mammals really had their big break. And there's a movie that's well, it's sort of relevant to this, I suppose. There we go. Did anybody see this? The movie 65 with Adam Driver? He crash lands on Earth 65 million years ago. But here's the thing, though. They got this wrong. 65 million years ago is after the extinction of the dinosaurs, not before. We used to say 65 million years ago in reference to this kind of thing. It's even the tagline for the original Jurassic Park. Yeah, look. Jurassic Park. An adventure 65 million years in the making. More recently, we've got better dates on that. Let me find you that publication here. Wow, Pat appears twice on here, but that's not really what I'm looking for. But good for Pat Holroyd. 2 of her first author publications, I think, are in this article. The date was revised a few years ago. Dating, here we go. Is that... Oh, Rennie. That's what I need to search for. Paul Rennie. There we go. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. Is this the one? Anyway, we now know 66 million years ago. Give or take like 30,000 years or something like that. That's our error bar. Very small. So the point is, this is now incorrect because, well, fair enough. That was more than 30 years ago this movie came out. This movie came out just a couple years ago. So they don't really have any excuse. This is long after that paper was published. And so I decided to make a re-edit of that trailer. I'll play that for you now, and it'll give me a chance to go to the bathroom real quick. So, here you go. Here's the 65 trailer re-edited for paleontological authenticity. Enjoy.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move.
There we go.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Kaimo Tripson, thank you for the 2 months of support. Really appreciate that. And yeah, dinosaurs indeed. Well, little Paleocene mammals in that one, but well, dinosaurs are a big part of what we're going to be talking about today. Welcome, welcome, Kaimo Tripson, and thank you for your ongoing support. I appreciate that. Yeah. Needs the SpongeBob meme for 1 million years later. There you go, Hogan. Could do that. Yeah. And Lilith Spartan, it's kind of unclear what the story of the movie is, to be honest. I've seen it several times now. And that's not the story. There is an asteroid impact at the end, so it's clear that they just got the date wrong. Like, the title of their movie is incorrect, and they, like, didn't realize it. Anywho. Yeah. There was a review of this that I think was really funny. Where the reviewer didn't really understand, like, they missed the first few minutes of the movie. And, they were completely confused throughout the rest of it because they just... Oh man, I wish I could find it, but Google search is such dog water nowadays that it's just not coming up. Oh, is this it here from Vulture? I love how this is written. Film criticism is more of an art than a science, a deeply human endeavor to which we bring our own personal histories, our insights, our limits, and our baggage in what is, more than anything, an act of sublimated autobiography. What I'm getting at here is that I was running a little late to my screening of 65, and when I finally clambered into my seat in the dark, the movie had already started and I'd missed the first few minutes. Not ideal, but also not a situation I would normally consider ruinous, except 65 turned out to be the kind of movie in which a whole bunch of exposition is unloaded in its opening moments. By the time I sat down, Adam Driver was on an otherworldly beach explaining expositionally to his wife that even though he was going to leave her and their daughter for a long time, everything he was doing was for them, blah, blah, blah. So she's just completely confused by what's going on in the rest of the film because, well, frankly, a whole lot of it just doesn't really make any sense. Anyway, I found this really amusing. I think this movie may have been produced during COVID, which is maybe why it has such a small cast. There's 2 main characters, and that's it. like, to human characters. And some of the scenes may have actually been added, like, later on in post. I've heard rumors that it wasn't originally supposed to be a movie featuring dinosaurs at all, but somebody in post-production decided to, like, oh yeah, look, throw dinosaurs in there, I guess. So anyway, yeah. COVID-era green screen movie. There you go, bunch, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But is it a fun watch in a so bad it's good way? It wouldn't be at the top of my list there, Petrodactylus. There's so many other movies that I would recommend before you watch this dribble. What I can say about it is the performances were good, I guess. I don't know. Like, Adam Driver always takes things very seriously, it seems. The acting wasn't bad. Just about everything else was, though. So, yeah. It was, the movie, we'll put it this way. The performances in the movie make it semi-watchable. That's the one saving grace for the whole film. Everything else is trash, I would say. But, yeah. I don't know. The creature designs are mostly terrible and don't make any sense, in my opinion. But yeah. I don't know, but it's not even like so bad it's good, it's just kind of so mediocre it's boring, you know? It's not terrible, but at the same time, life is short, you know? Spend some of your precious moments here on this earth doing something that'll enrich your life a little bit more than that, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah. And there you go, Trick Tracks, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Commando is your favorite stupid, bad, fun action movie. I remember seeing that as a kid and not enjoying it. I'm like, it's just so mean-spirited. Like, why is everyone killing each other? I don't know. I realize it's supposed to be ridiculous, but yeah. Not my cup of tea, and that's okay. Not everything's for me, and that's fine. That's one of the themes of today's stream, as we continue talking about Netflix's The Dinosaurs. Which just came out this weekend, and lots of people are talking about it online. We were talking about it yesterday, and we will continue talking about it. I've seen episode 3. Haven't seen the last one yet, no. But probably will tonight.
This is the story of the dinosaurs.
So, narrated by Gordon Freeman.
Before. Long before our time,
let me go grab my clipboard and my notes.
A lost world. Witness the rise and the fall of nature's greatest empire. From the giants that shook the ground to the hunters who ruled the skies.
Pretty dramatic overall, but it's a spectacle, you know? I'm not opposed to showing the Mesozoic era
of the dinosaurs.
Like a showcase for spectacle like this. I think it's appropriate. And it's been wildly successful, it seems. When I was watching this on Monday night, here's a picture I took of the screen. It was #1 in TV shows. But then as of last night, it seems to have dropped down to #2 in TV shows, which is still really good. But yeah, I hope that's not too steep a drop-off. But I feel like this is having a cultural impact, and I've been thinking more about this today. As a paleontologist, as somebody who does science outreach full-time, I'm deeply invested in regular people learning more about the history of our planet and life upon it. Dinosaurs are a tremendously powerful way of introducing regular folks to the concept of natural history, you know? Dinosaurs can be an excellent way to get people excited about the history of life on Earth. Dinosaurs have a reputation for being big, fearsome, interesting, and mysterious animals. They capture people's imagination. They hold people's attention in a way that few other critters do. I'm deeply interested in that concept as a paleontologist. If we can use dinosaurs as a tool for getting people interested in science in general, we can make the world a better place. That's what I think. And so this sort of thing is interesting to me, you know? And I'm eager to talk about it. Stormy says, but is it any good? Here's the thing, we talked about this a lot yesterday. I don't think it's bad. I think it's pretty good, actually. We have to consider it in context, though. This is not a documentary series that was produced for me, you know? This is not something that was made for paleontologists. This is made to try and capture the imagination of the general public. It's entertainment, but not every aspect of it is perfect. There are things that I would have changed. There are details that I would have altered, certainly. There are different concepts I would have brought up. But this is tailored for a general audience. Here's the way that I think about it. For a significant portion of the people watching this on Netflix, like, they don't know anything about dinosaurs, and they might not even be sure that dinosaurs are real. I feel like this is a huge issue in our world today, is people just having a... not just being ignorant of science, and I don't mean that in an accusatory way. Ignorance just means you were never taught about something. You never learned about it. It's not necessarily your fault. Most people in our world are grievously ignorant about dinosaurs, no fault of their own. I don't mean to say this to denigrate anybody. It's a failure of the education system, first and foremost. And to a certain extent, a failure that we are responsible for as paleontologists, not communicating our work well enough to the general public. But yeah, having Steven Spielberg be executive producer on this is a huge deal. Him being able to lure in talent and money to be able to put on this show like this and actually have it be around not made-up monsters or something, but dinosaurs. Have it be pretty good. It's not perfect, but the fact that it is science-based, that's a huge win, you know? So yeah. So Petrodactylus says they capture the imagination while being creatures that aren't imagination. Dinosaurs are so red, they're incredibly cool, Petrodactylus, yeah. And that is really That's what I think is so magical about dinosaurs, is that they are way cooler than anything that we could come up with as like a fictional creature. But they're real, you know? That's so cool. And the fact that they did rule the Earth for well over 100 million years. There's something very compelling about that. And so you could turn it into, you know, a drama like this. An epic saga. And that's what this series tries to do. And I think it does it pretty well, you know? When you kind of aim at the... That, to me, is what the Dinosaurs represents. This is a series that it's kind of trying to appeal to a really wide audience. There's a certain kind of, like, lowest common denominator kind of feel to it. But it's still trying to approach this from a perspective of, like, here's the actual science. Doesn't get everything right, but it is so much better than so much of the other trash that's on Netflix. And this is seeing massive distribution, huge viewership. It's a big deal. So again, I feel like I'm repeating myself from yesterday. We talked about a lot of this stuff yesterday. But yeah. But yeah. There's a new dinosaur series, fresh air in the theme. There you go, Dana Raven. Yeah, exactly. Petrodactyla says, would it be fair to call this the modern-day equivalent of Dinosaur Planet? Without the paleontologist bits. The Discovery Channel series? It's sometimes difficult to keep track of all these different titles, especially when people misremember them. I might be misremembering this one. So Dinosaur Planet came out in what, like 2004 or something like that? TV miniseries, 2003. Yeah, I was so excited for this when it first came out. Dinosaur Planet with Scott Sampson. This also felt very uneven in a lot of ways. Like it's a little goofy. Dinosaur Planet. Here, I'll play a trailer. Yeah, I think this works.
From the moment life begins to the very last breath, every day is a fight to survive.
Survive.
The network that brought you the Emmy Award-winning series Walking with Dinosaurs comes a 2-night epic event, 80
it's not from the BBC.
Years in the making. Strange new creatures never seen, their stories never told until now. Meet Alpha. If one hungry predator doesn't eat her, another one will. Meet Pod. In this dangerous new world, can he survive on his own? Meet White Tip. She's only mean when she's hungry, and she's always hungry. And Little Das. Welcome to the Cretaceous. Experience a dangerous world from a new perspective. Theirs. Real big stories. Dinosaur Planet. A 2-night event starting Sunday, December 14th at 8. Only on Discovery Channel.
I don't know how much of a cultural impact Dinosaur Planet had. I'm guessing it will probably be less than Netflix's The Dinosaurs. I think Netflix's The Dinosaurs has already probably seen wider viewership. That's a guess. We can check on that here. Dinosaur Planet TV series. Reception. Marketing. It came out long ago. It was also released on VHS around the same time. I remember VHS, of course. I don't see anything about viewership here. And I guess it won 2 Primetime Emmy Awards, really? Not nominated, but won? Good for them. That's cool. Anyway, I don't know what the viewership was. I don't know if we have Nielsen ratings data on this. Who else remembers Dinosaur Planet in the chat? Let me know if you do. Velociraptor and Pyroraptor. Exactly, Petrodactylus. Yeah, and there was some goofy stuff in there. I thought the Pyroraptor episode in particular was a little on the goofy side. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happens. It was all like... It was almost like a Gulliver's Travels kind of allegory. In fact, that was made explicit during that. There's earthquakes and volcanic eruptions and being stranded at sea and then picked off by sea monsters by an elasmosaur and waking up on an island full of Lilliputian little dinosaurs. It was interesting stuff, but it was all based in real science. Just a little goofy in the way it was portrayed. But yeah. The soothing narrations had us out cold in 1.5 episodes. I get that, Shark Geek. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking the new series. Again, there are parts of it about it that I would change, but of course I would. Like, I think it's important for us to remember as paleontologists that this is exposing the public to new ideas about fossil science. It's got real educational benefit there. If I have aesthetic quarrels with it, or like, oh, I would have done this a little bit differently, I would have introduced this concept in a different way, you know. Talk is cheap. They actually did this. And it seems like people are enjoying it. Yeah. Potts Travels is my favorite. It was a good one for Alec Titan, yeah. Yeah. And Starmy says the tone was too dramatic for my liking. For Dinosaur Planet or for the Dinosaurs, for the new one? I prefer more serious documentaries made by Attenborough. I mean, I do too. Each of these things has its place. I don't know. I have all the respect and admiration in the world for David Attenborough. That's the true King of England right there. I don't care what anybody says about some guy that was birthed by the Queen or whatever. No. David Attenborough, he's the real king. If people had any sense over there on that island, he would have been crowned ages ago. And he does incredible work. I mean, a real pioneer in the world of nature documentaries. Attenborough has got an incredible legacy. He's going to turn 100 years old in May, by the way. This coming May, in just a few months. 100! That being said, I think it's difficult to come up with a way to talk about this sort of thing without coming across as elitist or snooty or like I'm looking down my nose at people, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I mean, holy cow. I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I want to make that very, very clear. Like, the number of times that I have, I don't know, done embarrassing or undignified things. The number of really good meals that I've eaten out of a Frisbee in the field. Cold baked beans eaten out of a Frisbee. And then I have to go and wash my underwear in a bucket. Because we don't have any laundry facilities. Like, all of this stuff. I'm not better than anybody else, nor do I think that I am. I want to make that very clear. Shoot, the number of times that I have accidentally ingested tines of a plastic fork without realizing it. You're like, yeah, that was really good. Hang on, where did the tines go on this fork? Uh-oh. I've done a lot of stupid, goofy things in my life. I'm not better than anybody else. Now that we've established that, most people in the general public are probably not going to sit down and watch a nature documentary because they're excited about learning something new. All of you watching right now, here on Twitch in this very moment, or later on watching the VOD on YouTube, hello everybody. Especially those YouTube viewers. Appreciate you. Make yourself known in the comments if you'd like to. Appreciate you. Most people in the general public are not going to sit down and watch something because they're excited about learning. Because they're deeply passionate about a subject matter. They're just looking for something to keep the boredom away, you know? The number of people I've met in my life who, like, they would literally never watch an Attenborough documentary or something. It is like the majority of people, you know? This is a rare and special thing that we have here on Paleontologizing, that we have these dedicated viewers, people who are interested in learning new things about the world around them, deepening their perspective on the history of life on Earth and our place in it. This is a really cool, special thing that we have here. Most people have no interest in that. It's never been cultivated. They've never had a reason to develop that kind of interest. Nobody's ever really tried, maybe. How do you reach people like that? How do you encourage someone to be interested in nature and in the fossil record and in evolution and in phylogeny? Sometimes you can lure them in with spectacle. Think of it like a big funnel, you know? A funnel needs to be really broad on its dorsal side. At the top, really wide. And then you can narrow things down. And that's kind of the way that I look at portrayals of paleontology in popular culture. It can be really compelling, like, and you can reach a really wide audience. There's got to be some substance in there so that the number of people who are watching, like, you'll get a few people really interested, and then they'll get deeper and deeper and deeper into paleo media, reading books. Maybe even they'll go and volunteer on a paleontological dig and hang out with paleontologists, or they'll go to a museum and volunteer, whatever. And then those people might become paleontologists. They might grow up to have a career in fossil science. Or they might just be deeply interested in this kind of thing and they get their kids interested in it. Or their students if they're a teacher. Maybe there's somebody who, maybe they're a business person and they make a lot of money and then they can donate to a museum or a field program or something like that. I think dinosaurs can be a really useful tool here because they have mass appeal. You can let that be your hook and kind of bring people down that funnel. Draw them in. Really good things can happen. Is this making any sense at all? And Get Lost Nat says, happy partner anniversary. Thank you, Get Lost Nat. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I also watched Jeff Corwin when I was a kid, Florine. Holy cow. And he was kind of one of my heroes growing up. Jeff Corwin, paleontologist on Animal Planet. And we got a special birthday shout out from Jeff Corwin a couple of years ago, which was really cool. He was on Cameo, and the mods got together and got him to wish me a happy birthday. That was incredible. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And Starmy says, I've always wanted to learn more about nature, history, etc. Me too. Yeah, absolutely. I just really love learning things. It makes life interesting and worthwhile. I relate to that so hard, Starmy. I feel the same way. I think it's important to remember that we're really lucky there. We're very fortunate. Most people are not that lucky. Like, they never really had an opportunity to fall in love with learning. Maybe they didn't have a very good experience in school growing up. They went to a really underfunded school. Their teachers were overworked and underpaid. Maybe their teachers didn't really want to be there. They had a difficult home life. There's so many different things that can contribute to somebody just getting sick of learning. And I think that's incredibly sad, but it's a reality. So what do we do there? What can we do for somebody like that? You can, I think, be clever about things by taking things that are subject matters that are inherently very interesting, like dinosaurs, using that as your hook to teach people about evolution, history of life on Earth, all that good stuff, you know? And I think that's something that Netflix's The Dinosaurs, I think does fairly well. We'll see. It just came out, so we'll see what kind of legacy it has. But yeah, and Jeff Corn was amazing. He still is amazing. Science Streams. He's still around. Yeah, we're speaking about him like it's an in memoriam kind of thing, but he's yeah. I want to say he lives in Florida now, which seems to be where a lot of zoologists go to retire. I can understand. It's like some of the coolest biomes in the continental United States. But yeah. Oh boy. Shark Geek says, I once dated a school principal who thought that history, including natural history, was useless. That's when I decided my future kids would be homeschooled. I can understand that, Shark Geek. Holy cow. So frustrating, you know? High school principals should be some of the people who are the most excited about learning and teaching. That's so depressing to hear. Oh boy. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Starmy says getting sick of learning to me sounds like getting sick of breathing. I mean, me too. Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing is that, like, I think it's really important to remember, and that's something that I try to never forget, is that those of us who do this for a living, scientists, researchers, historians, philosophers, librarians, people like that who, like, we think about things, we get excited about ideas, we're incredibly lucky. It's such a tremendous privilege to have. Most people don't have that ability. Like, their material circumstances make it so that that's not really something they can focus on. Most people are just working 9-to-5 jobs, sometimes several of them at a time. And they're just trying to put food on the table. They're just trying to provide for their kids. They're just trying to save up enough money for a down payment on a house, or just trying to make rent, car payments, medical bills, stuff like that, especially here in the US, when, like, things that our tax dollars should fund, like healthcare, for instance, people have to worry about that instead. You have to pay for that out of pocket, you know? Most people are just kind of pressed in on all sides. I think it's really important to remember that, to be able to have empathy for people. So, like, when I talk to somebody on the bus, and they see me reading a book about, I don't know, Mesozoic marine reptiles or something, they ask me what it's about. Like, oh yeah, you know, there are these giant reptiles that lived in the ocean during the age of the dinosaurs. And they go, what? I heard on TikTok that wasn't real. it's important to try and understand where they're coming from, rather than writing them off, being like, oh, you're stupid. No, I mean, it's my job, as somebody who's been lucky enough not only to be able to maintain this passion throughout my life, but to be able to follow it as a career. I have a certain duty, a certain obligation to the people around me to share this with them, you know? I've been so fortunate. And this person who's working 3 jobs and just trying to provide for themselves and their kids, like, that's most people, you know? It's kind of it's a luxury to be able to pursue what you're passionate about and try and learn for learning's sake. That is a luxury, especially in this country. It shouldn't be a luxury. That should be a universal human right. And someday, we'll get there. God willing. Inshallah. Someday, hopefully, we'll live in a better world where everybody gets to have that. But we're not there yet. I think those of us who are lucky enough to be there, we owe it to the rest of the world to be understanding and to try and push for that, you know? So yeah. And yeah, science streams. Balint says it's hard to care when you can barely afford food on that salary. Absolutely, yes. And so I think it's really important to remember this and to not be snooty about this kind of thing, because I'll be honest, like, I've met colleagues who they're concerned about scientific illiteracy in the general public, but they treat that as like a moral failing on the part of the people who suffer from it, you know? It's not their fault. They're stuck in this system that oppresses people and tries to keep them poorly educated and just working and working and working to make other people wealthy, to make the rich richer. Like, it's not their fault. I think that's important to remember. And Jeanlin says our biggest German TV and news outlet had a paleontology story prominently displayed a couple days ago. Very cool. Always makes me happy to see cool science stuff get the limelight like that. It's so important, Jeanlin, yeah. Yeah, it's... having that kind of coverage in the news about science, I think, is incredibly important. And I'd love to see more of that. That's also been on the decline over the past couple decades here in the US. There's documentation about this, like the number of people who are... the number of reporters, say at newspapers around the US, whose job it is to report on science, there's like a handful of them left in the entire country. It's like maybe in the double digits. There's like fewer than 100 full-time science reporters in the US, I think. It used to be like a couple hundred or a couple thousand. There's so few left because, well, the whole news industry is kind of dying in a lot of ways. A lot of factors that go into that, but I think it reflects some of the values of American society that, like, often the first people to get fired are like the science reporters. I'm glad you've got that in Germany, Gene. I'm glad that you see that in the media there. Yeah. And Haraz says, while at school, I developed an interest in science outside the curriculum. This happened more or less by chance and could have easily gone a different direction. The school itself was not the driving factor. Nevertheless, I ended up improving my performance in school. Nice, Haraz. I can relate to that too. Like, I never learned about paleontology in school. Like, that was never part of the curriculum. That was not on the syllabus. It was entirely an extracurricular activity for me. Or, like, whenever I could shove that into my schoolwork, I did. Where, like, I remember in 3rd grade, we had to do like an explorer report for a history class. So, like, here. Everybody in the class was supposed to pick a different explorer and then write a report about them. This is 3rd grade, so how old are you in 3rd grade? Is it like 8 or 9? Something like that? I'm gonna say 8 years old. Somebody correct me. I can never remember these things. Most people were, you know, looking at books like this, you know. Oh, Christopher Columbus. You know, step into reading book. I tried to figure out, well, I'm really interested in fossils, dinosaurs in particular. How can I read a book about paleontology for my Explorer report? So I did a basic early internet search. This must have been in like the early days of Google. And I found this book. Dragon Hunter by Charles Gallenkamp. This is a scholarly biography of Roy Chapman Andrews. This is my original copy from back then. I remember going to Barnes & Noble to pick this up. I had to special order it. Yeah, this is, you know, it's a long book for a 3rd grader to read. Well over 300 pages. I devoured this. And I loved it, you know? This is a way that I tried to continue my interest in fossil science in a way that, like, okay, if I have to do these school reports and everything, I might as well do it on something I'm actually interested in. I remember the teacher being upset. And actually, this would have been 4th grade, not 3rd grade, now that I think of it. It's Miss Phillips' class. 4th grade. So I was probably, what, 9 or 10? There's a lot of adult themes in this book. Holy cow. Not the sort of thing that you'd write into the curriculum for a 4th grade class. Loved it, you know? But yeah, the teacher at first was pretty upset. She's like, you can't read that book. What are you doing? We've got all these like easy reader books or whatever. Take one of these. I'm like, no, I want this. Eventually she relented, and yeah. My point is that I was very lucky in the sense that I was really interested in the subject, and I was really eager to pursue that in school whenever I could. I would like fight and bite and scratch to be able to do that. This is not typical. I'm sure we've got a lot of people like that here in the chat right now. They say that a Twitch community is kind of a reflection of the streamer. That's true, to a large extent. We gotta remember that most people are not like that. For lots of different reasons. And it's important not to get snooty about it, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Dr. Tara, with the Dinosaurs documentary, it did bring me a question. Why did the Plateosaurs die out? That's a great question, Dr. Tara. We don't really know. We'll get to that in a little bit. It's debated among paleontologists. Like, the sauropodomorph workers that I've talked to, I think we're not really sure. We'll get to that. Yeah. And Florine says, ever felt like other subjects in school stood in the way of your paleontology path? I mean, I tried to. I gotta be really careful here to not sound ungrateful. I had an excellent opportunity to, like, to go to like a tuition-based school growing up. Which most people do not get to do here in the US. My parents worked really hard to be able to send me to like a school that they thought would offer me a good education, and it did in a lot of ways, like an excellent reading and writing program. But man, the science stuff was pretty abysmal, especially in high school. Like I don't mean to like disparage anybody, but when your science teacher like doesn't believe in science, like when your science teacher is a young Earth creationist, that engenders some challenges, put it that way. By senior year of high school, I started kind of regularly cutting classes to go hop on the train to Berkeley and then just hang out with the paleontologists at the museum there. That was my means of rebellion, I guess. I was like, I'm so sick of school. I'm so sick of teachers trying to teach me things that aren't true. I'm gonna go hang out with the scientists, you know? It's not cutting classes to go hide under the bleachers and smoke cigarettes or do drugs or drink. Like, no, I'm gonna cut school. I'm gonna go hang out in the laboratory. Let's go talk with these paleomammalogists. Let's go do some fossil prep. Let's do some specimen curation. Let's write some labels, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it sounds similar to my experience as Petrodactylus. I didn't rebel really, but long story short, I didn't initially learn what I thought I would be learning. That caused some serious imposter syndrome issues with me. I still have to manage. It's a thing, yeah. I don't know. I feel tremendously lucky in that to get where I am today, and I'm not saying that I'm in some lofty, acclaimed place. Like, I'm incredibly lucky to be able to stream on Twitch and make my living doing it. But, it was a long and winding road to get here. A crooked path. But here we are, you know? And you don't often end up where you think you're going to end up in life. I always knew I wanted to be a paleontologist, but the traditional route for that is like, go to school, undergrad, master's, PhD, postdoc, get an adjunct professorship or like a small-time position in a museum, and then you kind of build from there. And I've gone off in this other direction, and I'm kind of doing like media, sort of, right now. It's uncharted waters, and I'm really happy to be here. And I hope that this sort of thing could sustain other researchers, that like other scientists could make a living on Twitch or on similar platforms. And, you know, I'm sure there's some who do that on YouTube. It's a much bigger platform. Anywho, yeah. And yeah, Petrodactylus, I get that too. Yeah, finances are tough. Danny wanted to become a dinosaur. Well, yeah, shoot. When I was 2 years old, I did want to be a dinosaur. I wanted to be an ornithomimid. They're really fast runners. If anything bad happens, you just run away, you know? But yeah. Turns out, not a lot of full-time jobs for dinosaurs in today's economy. I'm glad I ended up where I am. Yeah. Want a dinosaur cosplay for Halloween? Absolutely, Florine. Yeah, here, let me pull up an image. I think here. Got that somewhere. Hang on a second. Let me find that. Welcome videos. I don't know if I'll be able to find it on my hard drive, but you know what? I can find you a hard copy, I'm sure. Let's pull out a photo album. In fact, I bet you I've got something in here. My Nana gave me an old photo album, and it's my dad's mother. And she used to do a lot of sewing, so she made me a dinosaur costume at one point. Let's see if I have that anywhere here. Baby photos and stuff. But there's one where I'm oh, those will be useful. If I want to do like a special birthday stream this year, talk about the origins of Danny Anduza. I don't know if anybody would be interested in that, but oh, here we go. This is not the best photo, but you can kind of see. There's me right there, probably age 5, in a green dinosaur costume that my Nana made for me by hand. There's these orange spikes that run down the sagittal plane along the back, almost like a stegosaur or something. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yep, there's me right there. Yeah. Nana made me that costume. I'd been interested in dinosaurs from a very, very young age. And, yeah. Here's me probably about a year or two later at a special Dynamation Robotic Dinosaurs exhibition at it's probably at the Fairfield Mall in California, I'm guessing. But there's like the internal workings of the juvenile T-Rex Dynamation model that they have there. I was just fascinated. And me with my big dog shorts. Lorraine says, do you remember what triggered it all? The most parsimonious explanation I can come up with is probably that... because I think I was interested in dinosaurs before Jurassic Park came out in 1993. My Auntie Kathy, my mom's sister, always really liked dinosaurs, and she had some like dinosaur trinkets around the house. She may have been the person who first introduced me to dinosaurs. That seems like the best explanation. It's speculative, but it seems to make the most sense. It's hard to test these things, you know? But, yeah, and that's something that's always stuck with me. Oh, my Nana took this picture. Here's me in the full-size T-Rex animatronic at the mall back then. The photo's a little blurry. I'm focusing to the best of my ability here with the camera. There's Grandma Doreen, who I'm not related to by blood at all, but she lived on the same block as my Nana, and we used to hang out with her sometimes. And yeah. Oh, and there's a plush Stegosaurus that my Nana made for me with the plates that laid flat against its back, like in some of those really early Othniel Charles Marsh reconstructions. So yeah. Yeah, and then here's me and my mom. This is probably when I was, I don't know, I'm guessing 9, 10 years old, something like that. And then I was really proud of this. I made this for my room at the time. My own Jurassic Park gate out of cardboard. I was really proud of that. Yeah, wanted to take a picture with it. Yeah. We'll probably do more photos. Maybe if I'm back home for my birthday this year, end of September, we'll do that. I think that might be fun. But yeah. Yeah. 19th century documents having to do with mental health patients. That is interesting, Starmy. I would look into... Here in the US, we have HIPAA laws, which are like patient privacy laws around medical documentation and stuff like that. My first thought is you might run into some sort of issue if you're like... Anything around like medical documents might be tricky on that front to show on stream, but I like the idea. I would just maybe ask some questions about the legality there. That sounds like interesting stuff. My best piece of advice that I can give to anybody who's thinking about streaming is 2 pieces of advice. Number 1, find something that you're really passionate about and that you think you have a cool perspective on, and that you can speak on for hours and hours and not get bored. That's advice piece number 1. Second piece of advice, just start, you know? You don't have to get fancy equipment. You don't have to get a DSLR camera or an expensive microphone or anything. If you find out that you like streaming and it's going well, you can always get that stuff later. Each stream can be a little bit better. You just add little bits of equipment, little bits of experience, digital assets and stuff like that, alerts, emotes, all that stuff. Just add them bit by bit. Just figure out that you like it first and you want to continue with it. You can worry about all the other stuff later, you know? So yeah. That should be no issue. Oh, that's cool, Starmy. Okay, yeah. Okay. That sounds interesting. And just start is key, says Petrodactylus. I started streaming from a random urge to try out streaming Jurassic Park Operation Genesis on my PlayStation 2. Cool, Petrodactylus. I remember that game. It's funny. Here, let me put this back, and then I remember Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. I remember. Remember, my mom had like a Windows 98 gateway computer. You remember those? The like Holstein cow patterning on the box. Yeah, it was like this. And it almost caught fire, I feel, one time when I tried to play Jurassic Park Operation Genesis on it. It was just kind of too much for the computer to handle. So I never really got to play that game very much. Just didn't have the hardware for it. But I remember reading the manual cover to cover, and I can find that. Internet Archive, the manual. Yeah, every species covered. My favorite dinosaur at the time happened to be the, well, the true king of the dinosaurs. So this is neat, where they've got popularity scores. This is what I want to talk about here. The number of dinosaur silhouettes means how popular they are. So Stegosaurus, very charismatic dinosaur. 4 stars, or 4 theropods. My favorite dinosaur in the world at the time was Dryosaurus, which is the only dinosaur in the game with a 1-star popularity. I thought that was really funny. And the Dryosaurs in the game are so cute. I love how they would play with each other. Yeah, they're neat critters. I don't know, Dryosaurus. An underappreciated dinosaur in many ways. Yeah, they are very cool critters. Dryosaurus. Just a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur, you know? You look at that and you go, you know what? That sure is a dinosaur. You know? Doesn't have to have big spikes or frills or oversized teeth. Not all the bells and whistles, you know? This is just a good, honest, workaday dinosaur. A real lunch pail kind of dinosaur, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sogatho says, one of the dinosaurs of all time. It's true. Yeah. Herbivorous dinosaur 1.0. Nothing wrong with that, says Starry. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe tying this back to our theme for today, like pop culture depictions of dinosaurs and everything. There was one particular piece of pop culture that made me kind of fall in love with Dryosaurus.
A real dinosaur?
Izaito, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, there was a sequence from When Dinosaurs Roamed America that made me really sympathize with Dryosaurus. I'll play it for you here. Apologies to anybody watching on YouTube. There will be no audio. I'm trying to avoid a copyright strike here. But, there we go. I'd always known about Dryosaurus. As a dinosaur-obsessed kid, of course I knew what Dryosaurus was. But, there he is there, little Dryosaurus. It is Paralititan, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, that's John Goodman there, Danae Raven. It is John Goodman, yep. He apparently was really frustrated during production because he had difficulty pronouncing the names of the different dinosaurs. And I kind of feel like that's what... It was maybe the same situation with Morgan Freeman during Netflix's The Dinosaurs and Life on Our Planet. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, because look who's watching them. Uh-oh. Anywho, you'll have to watch the rest of it if you want to find out what happens. Here's a link. The Paralititis Dryosaurus was a bit on the nose here. Well, that's the thing, is that it was a coincidence in that case. Dryosaurus in a drought, they're trying to find water. Oh, is he dry? Remember, as a kid, being in, like, what, 4th grade, 5th grade, my friends would be like, oh, Danny, you like Dryosaurus? What, is he dry? He needs water? The name Dryosaurus means, like, forest lizard or oak lizard or leaf lizard, depending on who you ask. I don't know if it's a Latin or a Greek root. Okay, Greek. Dries, meaning oak or tree. Yeah. Anyway, it's a cool critter. And, I remember being just... I had watched When Dinosaurs Roamed America, at least that one scene. That one sequence. The Morrison Formation sequence. And then, just couldn't stop thinking about Dryosaurus. Like, wow, what a cool dinosaur. And, like, I want to learn more about it. So remember the next morning I woke up and I grabbed every dinosaur book that I had to try and find out what it said about Dryosaurus. Did a lot of using the index there. And it was that, I was just so excited to absorb whatever information I could about this critter. Like, everything that's ever been written about Dryosaurus, I want to know about it. Give me that info, you know? And to me, that's like one of the most exciting feelings in the world, you know? Where there's something that you're suddenly drawn to, you find it really fascinating for whatever reason. And you have the opportunity to just explore that, you know? To immerse yourself in that topic. I've heard other people say this, people who are... I've heard this from a lot of authors, actually. Journalists and people who write books. People who, you know, research things for a living, not necessarily like scientific research, but like, let's go through the literature. Let's see everything that's ever been published on this particular topic so that we can write something interesting about it. And that's, I don't know, I think it's a very meaningful kind of thing to me. It's the way that I'm wired. I get really excited about that. I get jazzed about it. And I had the same thing happen with me a little less than a year ago when I got to go to Puerto Rico and like with the Dryosaurus thing, I'd always been aware that there are these incredible creatures on our planet called leatherback turtles. But seeing their nesting sites just blew my mind. Here's this animal that it's almost legendary. It's always been like, in the back of my mind somewhere, I realize that they're really special creatures. But suddenly it feels so close to home, and I realize, like, holy cow. I'm here where these animals are. It suddenly feels so much more real. And I kind of had this light bulb go off in my head. I could get involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation. We've got an online platform now. We've got people in the audience who are eager to learn about things. And there's this direct tie to the age of dinosaurs. This is a lineage of creatures that split off during the Mesozoic era. During the Cretaceous, presumably. The ancestors of leatherback turtles split off from the rest of the turtles and started doing their thing, and they're still around today. And I'll show you the video again. It's a cliche now at this point. Just what an astonishing animal. Like, how incredible is this creature? We share our planet with this animal today. It exists at the same time as us. How lucky are we? And then you realize, like, they're on the brink of extinction. They could be gone in the next few decades if we don't do something now to protect them. I want to do that. I want to help with that, you know? We're going to be doing a lot of leatherback turtle stuff over the next few months, and I'm jazzed about that. Anyway. And dryad, that might be the same root word as dryad, actually. Illy spid, dryosaurus, dryad? Yeah. I've never made that connection before. Yeah, dryads were tree nymphs in Greek mythology. Dries means tree, more specifically oak in Greek. Well, there you go. Illispid, thank you for that connection there. That's... Well. That's really cool. Makes sense. Dryad to Dryosaurus. What a cool connection. Yeah. I always miss Anomalocaris, says Sogatho. I don't know, they probably preyed on our ancestors, Sogatho. Anomalocaris was the big bad organism in the Burgess Shale. Our little squishy chordate forebears. Their worst nightmares to be grasped by one of those raptorial appendages and stuffed into the gaping maw of an Anomalocaris. Yeah. Like, this critter... Oh boy. It was somebody to be feared. I like this illustration here. That's lovely. A little Picaya right there at the bottom left. Ancestors of the vertebrates, or close to the ancestry of vertebrates, I should say. My eldest kiddo's favorite prehistoric animal. That's cool, Anina. That's very cool. Yeah. And Starby says, are Dryosaurs related to Hypsilophodon? They sure look alike. Oh yeah, Starby. I'm so glad you asked that, because when I was a kid, it was thought that they probably are relatives. Hypsilophodont is the term for that old group. David Norman's Dinosaurs Illustrated Encyclopedia will be our window into that period of dinosaur paleontology. Theropods. Let's find our ornithischians, which are later on in here. There we go. Hypsilophodontids. This is... Yeah, here we have... Well, Hypsilophodon right here. There we go. Little Hypsilophodon. Two-legged plant-eating dinosaur. See the plant hanging from its mouth right there? Tenontosaurus. And Dryosaurus. So Dryosaurus was once thought to be a Hypsilophodontid. So, you know, small, beaky, two-legged, running, plant-eating dinosaurs. Now we realize this isn't really a real group. They're not actually related to each other.
British Slimer and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Holy cow, British Slimer time. British Slimer time, rather. Sorry. How was your stream? Welcome to Paleontologizing. What's shaking? Good to have you here. You were doing some Rangers Path National Park Simulator. Very cool. Some of my friends and colleagues are National Park Rangers. That's one of the ways to make a living as a paleontologist. in the United States at least, as working for a national park or a state park or a national monument. Only the penguins. Hey, welcome, British Summertime. It's good to have you here. How did you find the stream, if you don't mind my asking? How'd you find us here? I'll play a quick little welcome video to introduce you to the channel. This is what we're all about here on Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Yeah. And yeah, as Lenina says, we will be doing more fieldwork streams this summer. Maybe even sooner than that. Digging up dinosaurs and other critters live on stream. And a bunch of other stuff too. Today, well, we're supposed to be talking about this new series on Netflix of the Dinosaurs. This just came out, and I'm excited about this as a paleontologist because it's seen really wide viewership, and it's pretty good. You know, it's not perfect, but I'm hoping this gets more people interested in dinosaurs in particular, or the history of life in general. This isn't some, like, you know, pseudoscience slop. This is based on actual fossil science. It's a pretty decent portrayal of kind of the rise and reign and fall of the dinosaurs. That's kind of it's a dramatized kind of spectacle. But it's pretty good. You love to see it. You know, this isn't Jurassic World. This isn't sort of like TikTok garbage. Like, this is a professionally produced and pretty well done depiction of the history of the dinosaurs. Told in 45-minute segments. 45-minute episodes. Huh. Who's back? And MeJoy603 says, dream job as a kid was a paleontologist, but I didn't follow it, sadly. I'm a bit of a dinosaur nerd. Well, welcome. I hope you feel right at home here. Let me know if you've got any questions. The whole point of these broadcasts, the whole point of this channel, is to give people an inside peek into how paleontology works. Whether we're interviewing other paleontologists...
Find something like this. It may be something that's never been seen.
British Summertime, thank you for the follow. Whether we're interviewing other paleontologists, whether we're going over new scientific publications as they come out, like looking at paleontological papers, examining things in the news, looking at pop culture depictions like this, or whether we're out in the field digging up dinosaurs live. Again, I want to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, what paleontology is all about, in a way that's interactive and as entertaining and real as possible, you know? My landlord has returned, by the way. I think she might be looking for some more payment. Just paid the rent. We can make that happen. Yeah. Okay. Archaeology course. Oh, interesting. Like human artifacts, me joy? Interesting stuff. Yeah. There are opportunities out there for people to volunteer in museums, to work on field crews. I don't know how many volunteer opportunities exist in archaeology, because that's outside my field. But for paleontology, a huge part of what we do is volunteer powered, you know? Like, so many new discoveries would not get made were it not for volunteers joining crews and stuff like that. Like, that's really the lion's share of our workforce in a lot of ways. Huh. Huh. Yeah. But, you know, some folks demand payment. Like Mini Pie here. All right. We'll make that happen. Loves these new treats. Yeah. And Magic Kitty Pixie says, wait, people can just volunteer? Absolutely, yeah. No, that's... Like I said, that's... The majority of the people we have on a given field crew are volunteers. Sometimes everyone is a volunteer. Sometimes nobody's getting paid. But you don't have to have a PhD to participate in a dinosaur dig. Certainly not. I think a lot of folks are surprised to hear that, but it's... We often have shoestring budgets for a lot of our field work, laboratory work, a lot of other stuff. It's only because of volunteer labor that, like, a lot of what we do in paleontology is possible at all, you know? So I try and bring that up as often as I can. Because, cataloging the... Oh, interesting, Starmy. That makes sense. Yeah. And MeJoy says, I'm in Missouri. Not sure how much is around here. You've got... There's, let's see. In Missouri in particular, I think you do have... Are you anywhere near St. Louis? The St. Louis Science Center used to send out crews to Montana every summer. I don't know, they always did the highest quality work, but they were out there. Let's see. I don't know if they have a lot of media around that, but they used to take volunteers, I think. You been to the St. Louis Science Center? Yeah. Oh, and shoot, there's Andrew there in the chat, who's curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum. Here, I'll play a quick clip from last year. We needed a ton of volunteers for an emergency dig last year, and let me find that. Here we go. There's cat hair stuck in my mouse. That's going all crazy. Let's see. Claire edited together a quick little like music video style dealy for us here. Here we go.
It's going to be a bit noisy today. Look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent.
I'll get to your question in a minute. Control-Alt Cassidy. It's a good one.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Moenavi right now. Pretty special
Moenavi
place.
Formation.
This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic. And so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the earth.
I hope you show up in this video.
That were sort of dominant before this. Things like phytosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts. Those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct. And dinosaurs are beginning to take over the earth right here, right now. At this time that these rocks represent. What's interesting here is that this is basically like the banks of a giant ancient lake we call Lake Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the Jurassic period, 200 million years ago, give or take, this was kind of a marginal coastline environment around an enormous lake. We've got strata here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water, and then we've got strata that are from under the water.
Everybody here is a volunteer, by the way.
There's so many ancient fossils.
Everybody you see working there.
Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department. I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city has decided that they're going to build an electrical substation on the site. And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in. I want to make something very clear. This heavy equipment over here is on our side. Some local businesses, some local business people, some community members have very generously donated their time and their equipment to help us with this. Very, very grateful these kind folks have stepped in to help us. This is the kind of community support that we really need, and we're deeply grateful to them. I'm going to figure out who they are, actually, so that we can give them a shout out. Who is this right here?
So there's Andrew Milner right there, who's also here in the chat. He was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. He's the boss man here, and he's done some incredible work to save this site. There's a reason why Andrew got this year's Morris F. Skinner Award for Fieldwork Excellence from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. This is well deserved.
The two dump trucks are from the city of St. George, and
they're from the city.
They're employees, so that's amazing.
That's awesome.
So that was set up by the city for us. And then in the cat, that's Randy Jones.
Randy Jones.
Yeah, Randy Jones is awesome. He owns Canyon Crest Contractor.
Awesome. Well, shoot. Thank you, Randy Jones and Amon Bateman. And the city of St. George, too, for lending us those dump trucks and the drivers. That's, we need all the help we can get. So shout out to them. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome. I'm about ready to give another contractor a call.
Excellent. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and that is cool looking there. It's like a sauropod, just.
A little bit of Jurassic Park music.
Here it comes, yeah. Ooh, snacking on an I-beam up there.
Nom nom.
This is so much fun. There are opportunities like this across the United States and around the world.
Dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
Geo Jim, thank you for the 51 months of support. Holy moly.
Happy partner anniversary.
Thank you, Geo Jim. I appreciate your support and your kind words. Thank you. If anybody is interested in geology, you know, the rocky side of paleontology, go follow Geo Jim. He's a geologist, teaches geology here on Twitch. And he gets into the soft rock stuff sometimes. This is soft rock geology, sedimentary rocks. Sometimes they're not very soft at all, but they might be soft compared to igneous or metamorphic rocks. Anyway, go follow Geo Jim. He does really cool stuff. Yeah.
Skilled equipment operator there. We're lucky to have some of the best helping us out.
Where's the track on here? Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, there's one here and there's another one here.
Yeah. Dinosaur footprints on there. So anyway, the point that I was making is that there are projects like this all over the U.S. and around the world. If you want to get involved, with a paleontological dig, go for it. You know. In this case, like everybody here, well, nearly everybody, got to go back and like take a shower at the end of the day and sleep in an actual bed. This is weird in that it's literally in the middle of St. George, Utah. Like, there's a Taco Bell across the street that I ate at a shameful number of times. I probably went to that Taco Bell like 20 times during that week. This is not super common to have major paleontological fieldwork occurring in the middle of a town. I mean, in the middle of a town. There's a major artery, like a major road that runs right past this. Taco Bell's on the other side. There's a school and a public park and a bunch of houses behind us here. So, like, behind this big berm of dirt, behind this truck, there's a middle school. There's houses behind that. We're literally in the middle of a town. Not every dinosaur dig around the world is in some remote, far-off, romantic desert kind of environment like you would see in an Indiana Jones film. Sometimes it's in the middle of a town, you know? Like, there are... My point is that there's so many different opportunities that are out there. If you're interested in this kind of thing, pursue it. Do some internet searches. Call up your local museum. Send some emails. Ask if there's anything going on. You can find something to participate in. In fact, sometimes I wonder whether I could create like a Craigslist-style online clearinghouse for like, hey, you want to volunteer on a paleontological dig or in a fossil lab or this or that? Like, you know, look at these classified ads here. I wonder if that sort of thing would be useful. I don't know. Yeah. And Paralititis is essentially all European digs are like this. Yeah, they kind of are, huh? Europe is kind of mostly paved over at this point, isn't it? Anywho. Not really, but you know what I mean.
This fish over here right now. This layer down here, this kind of blue-green layer, this is all aquatic stuff in here. So
There's brother Josh there.
Got some nice
Josh
fishes
Lively.
from here. And some of them are probably going to be new species. Exciting stuff. This is scientifically important, adding to the sum total of human knowledge. Rocks record the beginning of dinosaurian dominance on our planet Earth. From the time the dinosaurs first start to really take over. This is their big break. It was the earliest giraffe.
Classifieds ad for geo-volunteering? That would be really cool.
One of the reasons why it's so scientifically important.
Nice. Oh, Claire did such a good job with this.
They found another big skull.
Anywho. And then, at the end of all of this, well, here, hang on. I'll show you a segment of something pretty dramatic that happened after I'd gotten back from one of these excursions to the field.
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment.
Clockwork
They
Ninja.
had brought back to life
IDK
one of the
if I've already
greatest
sent
animals
this.
that ever walked the face of the earth.
Thank you, Clockwork Ninja, for the 46 months of support and for the well wishes. I appreciate that, Clockwork Ninja. Thanks for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. After I'd come back home to California, after working there in St. George, I was calling in to Andrew, who's there on site, and this is pretty dramatic when this happened.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur
Thank you for the
paleontologists.
5 gift subs, Clockwork Ninja. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Three of them
Underscore
are leading this
ninja just
expedition.
gifted 5 subs.
There are 5 lucky chatters who won't have to worry about any ads on this channel for the next 30 days. Thank you, Clockwork Ninja. I appreciate that. Here, I was doing a phone check-in with Andrew. Give Andrew a call right now.
Hello?
Andrew. So keep in mind, I can only hear Andrew here when I was broadcasting. This is during a live stream. Somebody happened to be filming at the same time, and then my editor was able to splice together the footage. So I couldn't see what was happening, which is maybe why I don't seem as concerned as I should be. Andrew, it's Danny. How you doing?
Hi, Danny. Not too bad.
Hey, good. I'm glad to hear it. Just wanted to call in real quick and ask if you've got any updates from the site. I've got 209 people watching right now. Eager to hear if anything's new.
I just caught up on the inventory. 1,055 specimens. Oh, wow. Big dust devil. Everyone's rushing for the tarps right now.
Big dust devil.
Kind of hanging around in one spot. It's pretty cool. Actually, David's getting film of it right now. Oh, man. Everyone's grabbing a hold of the tarps and the frames. We had one go flying the other day, and they onto it okay.
Shoot.
Luckily, no one was injured. Wow, this dust devil is just... It won't go away. Oh, there goes one. Oh,
field work, you know, anything can happen.
Oh, it's really bad. Oh, Joey just got knocked over.
Jeez.
Yeah, this absolutely.
Jeez. A bit breezy. Yeah.
Oh, man. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I hope you're staying safe right now.
Our tarp frames are all down. We've got stuff all over the hill. Yeah, more. Man, we've lost stuff. Like this, there are now cardboard boxes. What the heck is that? Is that one of our burlap or plaster bags? Like, we've got stuff like everywhere. There's a cardboard box, like one of the flats, like 100 feet in the air above us.
Oh, jeez.
Insane. Is everyone okay? Are you guys okay? We just got absolutely...
Yeah, you can go if you need to, Andrew.
Yeah, anyway, I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
Anyway, kind of too much excitement there for a second. Well, you brought it on your live stream.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for staying on with us. Yeah.
No problem. All right, Danny.
Right.
I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go try and salvage things. I'll talk to you later.
Good luck. I wish I were there to help. Good luck with everything, Andrew. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks.
Look at me smiling. I had no idea how bad this was or anything because I can only hear it at the time. We didn't have visual.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Well, shoot. That was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum, Andrew Milner there. Yeah. Oh, and here we go. So it was all hands on deck trying to save those fossils, and you could see the sorts of things that people put up with for that. It's all part of fieldwork, you know? But it paid off. Holy cow, check this out. PM right there in St. George. We haven't gotten an update from Andrew yet. We can try and give him a call.
In anything else worthwhile? But yeah, maybe grab some scales. Okay. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, I hope it's okay that I called. I know you're busy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. So that was kind of a stressful meeting, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
Went well, I think.
It went well? Excellent. Okay.
So they're not building the substation here anymore.
Holy cow, they've moved the substation plans?
Yeah, but they moved it across the street from the museum. And all the rock piles that we've moved over there, we now have to move them again.
But the important thing is, the site is saved. Anyway, I'd love to be able to go back to St. George at some point in the next few months. get a sense for what the scale is of all these new specimens. How many potential new species are there waiting to be described? New species of fishes, possibly new species of dinosaur or other critters. I'd love to be able to give folks an update about that. So we'll see if that's possible. But science and infrastructure working hand in hand, as they should, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. But I guess my point with all of this is that there are so many different museums and laboratories and field programs around the United States, around North America, around the world that could use your help. If you're really interested in fossils, in dinosaurs, in ancient mammals, or fossil plants, or whatever, anything to do with the history of life on Earth, or related subjects, you can get involved, you know? One of the things that I really love about paleontology is it's not a very gatekeepy kind of science, at least not like other scientific fields are. Put it this way. How many plumbers or electricians or bus drivers or custodians can you think of who have made major contributions to, say, the field of physics? Because that happens in paleontology.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
What kind of dinosaur? He discovered baryonyx. You know that dinosaur baryonyx?
I was quite surprised. This was a beautiful looking quarry with lovely strata in all the way round, which really looked promising.
He found this dinosaur here,
Purely a
baryonyx.
question of you use your eyesight to look for things that look unusual.
Decent
You're
baryonyx
sort
there.
of looking for something that looks slightly different and out of place, and that very often turns out to be a fossil. I'd only been in the quarry 5 or 10 minutes, and I was walking over a plateau towards the quarry, and I began picking up these fragments of bone off the ground. When you find these things, which are millions of years old, you are the first human being that's ever looked at them. And then I saw this, what looked like another bone fragment in a gully or rainwater channel. When I got that out of the mud, that turned out to be a piece of rock about the size of a football or rugby ball, and with this single piece of bone showing along one side, which I sort of casually broke open in situ, like, and the claw sort of fell apart on me as the rock disintegrated.
This is a reenactment. It's not the actual fossil there.
Or dinosaur pieces is difficult to describe, but it's the highlight of any fossil hunter's dream. We collect fossils, but at the back of our minds is the thought that we will find a dinosaur.
So anyway, William Walker and well, his kids, maybe his son-in-law, ended up bringing this to the museum in London, and yeah, I left this little sequence here.
Yes, in actual fact, I'd like to get this specimen identified. Here we are.
Can I have the other piece? Thank you.
So be very careful, because it's rather fragile. And we believe that this might be the tip of the claw that goes on the end, but we're not too sure at the moment. My father-in-law found...
So I feel like this kind of downplayed William Walker's expertise here. Like, sure, he's a plumber by trade. Like, that's what he does to make his living, William Walker. But he was a very accomplished fossil collector. Like, he knew what he was looking at, and he knew that he had a theropod dinosaur claw there. They kind of play it off here like, oh, I'm not really sure what it is. Could it be a clam? It's like, no, he knew that it was a dinosaur claw. This guy knew what he was doing. And I heard it was actually kind of tricky for him to, like, get the Natural History Museum to listen to him.
Found it.
Again, this is a reenactment here. This isn't exactly how it happened.
We thought it was worthwhile to bring in to see if we could put a name on it.
You've had a good go at gluing it together anyway.
Yes, it has been attempted to be stuck
I think
together.
that at this stage it is rather a nice specimen. I won't take it in through the normal procedure. I'll telephone Dr. Milner to come and have a look at it.
Yeah. And that's not Andrew Milner, that's Angela Milner. Turns out Milner is a surprisingly common surname in vertebrate paleontology.
Hello, Angela, it's Laura here. I've got Trevor in. He's bought rather a nice specimen.
We're not related. Exactly, right, Andrew? Yeah.
Would you like to come and have a look?
After Trevor brought the claw into me and we discussed how interesting a find it was, particularly because it was a very rare event to find any remains of a carnivorous dinosaur in this country. I mean, it's a rare find even to find a small fragment. I asked him if he would go home and ask Bill Walker if he would be willing to show us where he found the specimen. And indeed, Bill Walker was very willing to go down to Ockley Pit with me and one of my colleagues and show us exactly where the specimen came from.
When we got down there, I didn't recognise the terrain because the bulldozers had been rambling about all over it, and it was totally different in appearance to when I'd left it.
Again, like from what I've heard from other people who know more about this story than I do, it took the Natural History Museum like months and months to actually send somebody out to look at this. And Bill Walker was actually really frustrated by that. He's like, he'd been trying to get them to show up for months at this point, and then they get there to the pit, and it's like, yeah, of course it looks different now. You waited too long.
Luck would have it, we were sort of wandering about over the plateau, and I began to find bits of bone again that were washing out since we'd last been down there. So I said to them, here it is, and Dr. Milner, myself and Rita began picking up these bone fragments, and they were laying about all over the place in a very small area, I suppose 5-6 feet square.
Yeah, it was sort of every geologist's dream really, to be in on a dig and to, you know, be there with Dr. Cherry, Dr. Milner was quite an experience.
They estimated
it
was a dinosaur that was probably about 25 foot long. And
so yeah, the baryonyx, that holotype specimen was probably not full grown when it died. And it's disappointingly fragmentary. I say disappointingly because there were major parts of it that should have been recovered and weren't because they probably got to the site too late after too much erosion. And it had maybe been run over by a few bulldozers too. So yeah, like a big part of the ilium was probably there initially and then was destroyed. The midshaft of the femur, I think, may have actually gotten cut through by like a backhoe. a digger, as you would say in the UK, big excavator machine. So we don't actually know how long the femur should be. I suspect it's probably reconstructed too long in this one, based on what we know from other Spinosaurids. Yeah. It's a shame, because it's like, this was the most exciting dinosaur to come out of England in, like, nearly a century. And just trying to get the museum to show up and excavate the thing apparently was a difficult task. NHM problems, right? I don't know. Don't get me started on that. But museums tend to be underfunded. And they could use your help. You know, they really could. And thank you, Zool. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anywho, I've heard insider details about this sort of thing from some colleagues, and it's frustrating. But the point is, you don't have to be a PhD paleontologist. You don't have to have a high school diploma to make real contributions to fossil science. If you want to volunteer in a lab, if you want to be on a field crew, if you want to make exciting discoveries out in the rocks, you just gotta go out there and do it. William Walker was self-taught. He'd been collecting fossils for a long time. He was very interested in it, very, very keen on it, as they say on that island. And it was that enthusiasm and that persistence and hard work that earned him a place in the annals of fossil science. Baryonyx is named after him. Baryonyx walkeri. Cherrigan Milner, 1986. It's named after him. This guy is immortal. He has a dinosaur named after him. People will remember him forever. How cool is that? You know?
That's the generic name, and the specific name, what better to do than to name it after our good friend William Walker, who found it and gave it to us, and therefore it's Baryonyx walkeri. And as from tomorrow, that is the official name, and it will remain thus until the end of time.
I think whatever your hobby, you like to achieve the pinnacle, and that's got to be the pinnacle of fossil hunting, to have one named after you. Oh yeah, I'm overjoyed, if that's the right word to use.
Yeah, that's fair.
I really don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's wonderful for me.
Pretty darn cool. Here's a link to that documentary, by the way. Find it on YouTube. Good stuff. Really cool. Anyway, there's opportunities all over the place if you know where to look. I was really lucky in that, well, I don't know. Growing up in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, when I was a kid, I was intensely interested in dinosaurs, obviously. And I'd always learned that, well, there are no dinosaurs in the Bay Area. There's no dinosaurs in coastal California, outside of, like, San Diego. You're just not going to find dinosaurs here. So I thought I would have to go off to Montana or Utah or something in order to get involved in paleontology. It turned out I was wrong, thankfully. There's a paleontology museum just across the bay over here in Berkeley, California. And I started volunteering there when I started high school. That's how I got my start in paleontology. before I went off to college or anything, I started working at the Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley. Here's me there. Probably about 15 or 16 here. Yeah. That's where I got my start. That's where I was able to graduate from being a... I was able to blossom from a dinosaur fan to somebody who actively works on dinosaurs. They didn't have a volunteer program or anything. I just called them up and sent some emails, and I said, look, I know that you don't have like an established track for this kind of thing, but put me in, coach. I'll dust the cabinets, I'll mop the floors, I'll take out the trash, I'll do whatever you need me to do to help out. I want to be where the action is, you know? I want to be in the museum. Even if you don't have a volunteer program, I'd like to help start one. That's kind of my origin story in fossil science. I'd always been super interested in dinosaurs and in fossils in general, but that was when my life really changed. Was when I started working at UCMP, the University of California Museum of Paleontology. This is... That's my origin story. Sometimes you gotta make up your own volunteer program to volunteer. Well, I mean, I was incredibly lucky that, that Pat Holroyd, Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd, who is the queen of the mammals at UCMP, she took pity upon me and took me under her wing, and she was kind of my mentor during this time, and that was a big deal, you know? Pat likes to think that she also inoculated me against bad dinosaur science there. She's a mammals and turtles paleontologist. So, yeah, it was nice to get that perspective. I feel like that really kind of gave me a leg up, in the sense that a lot of dinosaur science, I know, dinosaurs are very cool and very interesting and everybody loves them. But sometimes there's some science done on dinosaurs that's not particularly rigorous, you know? It's like it's the cool whiz-bang stuff, but it's not necessarily really high-quality science at times. Paleontologists who work on other critters, they sometimes have some issues with the really attention-grabbing dinosaur stuff that might not be done with the utmost attention to detail or scientific rigor, if that makes sense. Dakotaraptor, there you go. Case in point, Mayor of Space. Oh boy. Dakotaraptor.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah. Anyhow, Dakotaraptor, for those of you, who are wondering, this is a purported giant dromaeosaur from the Hell Creek, which almost certainly doesn't really exist. Like, there were a handful of bones that were discovered in a channel lag, like on private land. It's probably a hodgepodge of different kinds of dinosaur. And it turns out that the furcula, the wishbone, of this animal doesn't even belong to a dinosaur at all. It seems to be the entoplastron of a turtle. So yeah. The presumed Dakotaraptor furculae, the wishbones, in fact represented part of a turtle's armor, the entoplastron. A trionychid turtle, so a soft-shelled turtle. Yeah. In 2024, even the dinosaurian elements of Dakotaraptor were questioned, with supposed traits diagnostic for dromaeosaurs, also referable to caenagnathids and ornithomimosaurians. So, Dakotaraptor is probably, probably not legit. There probably isn't a giant dromaeosaur in the Hell Creek, which makes perfect sense because we don't find teeth from it in the Hell Creek. If these animals were running around, shedding teeth all the time, like all the other dinosaurs in that environment who had teeth, we would expect to find their teeth every once in a while, and nobody's ever reported a giant dromaeosaur tooth from the Hell Creek. So, to my knowledge at least. So yeah. So there you go, Mayor Space, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. And thank you, Astro Canuck. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Can we get a shout out for Astro Canuck, who does some cool astronomy stuff here on this platform? I'm proud to be part of the science communication community here on Twitch with Astro Canuck. Yeah. And Paralititan says, well, there is a holotype erected and diagnostic. The Dakotaraptor is still real, just not as a dromaeosaur. I mean, it would be a nomen dubium. I know people like to do... I don't know. They like to split hairs over hypothalamus and what have you. And the thing is, like, all of the elements that make up Dakotaraptor probably belong to taxa that have already been named. We already have multiple ornithomimids and caenagnathids from the Hell Creek Formation. So Dakotaraptor should be sunk into whatever. Even the turtle. What taxon of turtle was it? Which turtle genus and species? Axostemes, Splendida. There you go. So yeah, I don't know. It's... yeah. It's funny in the sense that this paper apparently had been floating around review hell for years and years before it was finally published in like an in-house journal. At least one of the authors passed away in between the finishing of the manuscript and when it was eventually finally published. So yeah, it's... nomen dubium. There you go, Paralititan. Yeah. Yeah. I remember being at a conference in 2023, and there was a poster presentation that one of the authors, who was a student, he was really excited about his analysis, trying to like infer, what was it? Trying to infer like top speed of Dakotaraptor based on, was it top speed or was it mass or something like that? There was some sort of computerized analysis where they were trying to reconstruct the body shape of the animal and then make some sort of biological inference based on that. And I was talking with him, I'm like, you know, Dakotaraptor's not, it's a chimera, it's probably not valid, right? This is years ago. All right, it's maybe 2022, 2020, no, it's 2023. And he was so earnest and so, I was like, no, it's definitely real. No, of course it is. Like, no, man, I'm sorry, but like, this is cool work, but it's like, I think you've been misled. And I felt so bad for him, and I hope he's doing well now. But yeah. It would be hilarious if it were a previously unknown turtle and it ended up being saddled with the name Dakotaraptor. I mean, that happens all the time in paleontology. We were talking about Anomalocaris earlier. About this critter. The name Anomalocaris means strange shrimp, or like aberrant crustacean. I think shrimp in particular is what it means. Because when it was first discovered, well, that name is just for the raptorial appendages on the front. And Oculodentavis, yeah, Paralotitan, shoot. It's now a lizard. Yeah. Anyway, when Anomalocaris was first discovered, it was just one of these appendages on the front that was found. Like, nobody had a complete specimen, so different parts of it were given different names, as I understand. The like weird radial mouth thing on it was given a separate name, and the eyes may have been given separate, or maybe the body was given a separate name. But the appendages were named first. Anomalocaris means weird shrimp, because I guess it does look like a weird shrimp, maybe. And then people realized, after finding more complete specimens, like, oh, shoot. This is all one critter. So the part that was named first, that early publication date means that that's the name that sticks. That's the name that's valid. It has priority. That's what we call it. There's a code that dictates which names stay valid and which ones have to be discarded and all of that. That's right here. The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. This little red book, actually, I think the newer edition might be green, but this little red book kind of tells us what the procedures should be. And one of those rules, called the rule of priority, means that the first name to be published in the scientific literature in a peer-reviewed journal is the name that gets to stick. If the same animal gets named twice by two different authors, which name do you keep? You have to keep the one that was published first. There's details and exceptions and stuff like that too, but by and large, the first name is the one that keeps priority. That's the one that sticks. Oh, yeah. And yeah, ICZN.org. Thank you, Paralotitan. Yeah. Yeah. Strange shrimp. Sick. There you go. And yeah. Yeah. And Gene Wen says, can an original author theoretically renounce the name? A name can be changed. You can make a special petition to the ICZN. And there are people who are doing this, like, under exceptional circumstances, like you can plead your case to the ICZN, which is in France or Switzerland. I forget where they're based, but like you could do that. Famously, that happened with boa constrictor. It's a neat story. Here we go. Some folks don't know this. That snake, kind of python, right? Boa constrictor. That's its actual scientific name. Boa constrictor, genus Boa, species Constrictor. That's the actual scientific name. And it almost wasn't. Because even though this name had been in widespread use, in italics like that, as a proper binomial, it turns out that somebody else, in a really obscure journal, had named the same animal with a different name. And nobody knew about it or anything. Even though it did have priority, it was published first. It wasn't in widespread use. So if you go by the strict letter of the law, they should have gotten rid of boa constrictor and used whatever other name it was. But ultimately, that would just kind of cause confusion and consternation. So some people made a special pleading to the ICZN, and they had the name boa constrictor conserved. So that's still the official name. Stephen Jay Gould wrote an essay about this at one point. I think it's in... Is it in Dinosaur in a Haystack? Or is it in Bully for Brontosaurus? It's in Bully for Brontosaurus. That's the name of the article and the name of the compendium of articles. Here's all my cool books. I should probably have them together, but I don't. There we go. Bully for Brontosaurus here.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
And thank you, Spartan, for the 1,000 bits there.
Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
Thank you, Spartan, for the 1,000 bits and for the kind words. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I should dog-ear... Oh. I was gonna say, I should dog-ear the page once I find that it already is dog-eared. Yes. Here we go. Yeah. Let's see. So he goes into a lot of detail here about the code, various musings on it. But what was the other name? Here we go. The generic names of many animals are the same as their common designation. The gorilla is gorilla. The rat is ratus. I think that's the legacy of Linnaeus there, isn't it? But I know one other case of a vernacular name identical with the... I know of only one case with both generic and specific parts in the technical Latin. The boa constrictor is, but almost wasn't, boa constrictor. And it would be a darn shame if we lost this lovely consonant. Nevertheless, in 1976, boa constrictor barely survived one of the closest contests ever before the commission, the ICZN. As 13 members voted to suppress the grand name in favor of boa canina, while 15 noble nays stood firm and saved the day. The details are numerous and not relevant to this essay. Well, okay, shoot, that's why I pulled up this essay. Briefly, in the founding document of 1758, Linnaeus placed the 9 species in his genus Boa, including Canina and Constrictor. As later zoologists divided Linnaeus' overly broad concept of boa into several genera, a key question invariably arose: which of Linnaeus' original species should be the type or name bearer for the restricted version of boa, which should be assigned to the other genera? Yeah. So the people who are arguing in favor of boa constrictor being the valid name. Yeah. They say, I think here is clearly a case where stability is best served by following usage in the general zoological literature. Let's go with what people are actually using, you know? Sometimes convenience and, lack of complexity is a good thing, you know? Sometimes it's better to be understood than to be technically correct in the very narrowest definition of the term, you know? I've asked numerous zoologists, what species does the genus Boa call to your mind? And they all said immediately, Constrictor. Making Constrictor the type species of Boa will remove all ambiguity from the literature. So anyway, stuff like this can seem arcane and arbitrary, or like, who cares? But you have to have a set of rules if you want things to to be stable and to make sense. But sometimes, for the sake of making sense and stability, you gotta bend those rules, you know? And I really like that viewpoint. It's like, rules exist to serve us, not the other way around. Anybody who thinks that we exist to serve an arbitrary set of rules, I think has their priorities all out of whack. You know? That's my viewpoint. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go, Gal Rocks. Yeah, it's all like language. Sometimes everyone just agrees on an exception to a rule and you just go along with it. Yeah, that's called a descriptivist approach to language rather than a prescriptivist approach. And yeah. And Starmy asks, if an animal has been found out to not exist, is there no way that the name can be reclaimed to be given to another animal? Or why wouldn't that be done? I think... Here's an example. We'll use an example of an animal whose name doesn't... Well, an animal who probably doesn't exist. Well, here, I'll show you, because I recently 3D printed this animal in its true form. Here. I still have yet to clear away the supports from this, but, we'll be doing a special stream about this in a few weeks, I think. Here we go. But as it turns out, this is the true form of the Loch Ness Monster. The famous surgeon's photo, this one that you see here, has been demonstrated to have been a hoax, partly because the hoaxers admitted to it and explained exactly how they did it. They took a little model submarine like this, put some lead ballast on it, and then using like plastic sculpting clay, I think what they called plastic wood at the time, it was available in the 30s. They sculpted like a head and neck on it and then took some photos. Yeah. The Loch Ness Monster was actually given a scientific name. Necitaris rhombopteryx. It's a name for a creature that we don't really have any good evidence to suggest that it really exists. No, here, that's not a kind way to put it. Let me rephrase that. The Loch Ness Monster exists in all of us, in our hearts. But is it a real animal? Probably not. It was given this name Necitaris rhombopteryx. I think, what journal was that in? Was it in Nature? How did they get this in the journal Nature? Oh, goodness. It was a different time, I guess, 1975. Anywho, but because this name was published in the scientific literature, I don't think you can use it. It'd be cool to bring on, as an interviewee, somebody who's an expert in the ICZ, in the actual zoological nomenclature code. It'd be cool to do an interview with somebody like that. Maybe Matt Wadle or Mike Taylor would be good for that. Maybe I'll ask them. We'll see. But I don't think you can use that name because it's previously been published. Even if it's invalid, I don't think it means that that name becomes available. I think it's stricken from the record and cannot be used again. I think that's kind of the idea. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. You can't indeed. The name sticks even if there is no holotype. There you go, Paralotide. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Can you name something Mokili Membe or Indominus Rex? I think you would probably get sued by Universal Pictures Incorporated if you tried to use the latter name, Mayor Space. But Mokili Membe, I think, is the name of a ray-finned fish, isn't it? Here. Let's go to our Actinopterygians. Our ray-finned fishes. There we go. Ray-finned fishes. Bichirs, or... I've also heard people say bichers or bikers. I don't know if there's a consensus on how to pronounce this. It sounds French, but I could be wrong. These guys, I think Africa is their primary domain. You've always said biker. Interesting, Lenina. Could be French or German or Dutch or I don't know. Yeah. Well, I guess that's the species name for the Mokili Membe bichir. Polypterus or Polypterus, depending on how you want to say it. Tomato, potato. Mokili Membe. You can always have that as a species name. In fact, there are multiple critters. There's a few dinosaurs that are named after like pop culture characters. There's this dinosaur. Thanos Simonatoi, which is known from like a single fragmentary vertebra, I think. It's an Abelisaur dinosaur. Yeah, so you can name your critters after Marvel Comics characters. But I don't know if you could I don't know if it's against the rules to whatever Mr. Thanos' first name is or last name. I don't know if maybe he's like Cher, where it's just one name. Maybe it's a mononym. Yeah. Do we have any Marvel Comics fans in here? What's Thanos' last name? What would be funny for that? Oh, John Thanos. Thank you, God. Gator, yeah. The only thing is I can think of are really crass. First name is Steve. Oh, Steve Thanos. Thank you, Gene Wen. Okay, yeah. It's just Thanos, says Rodan. Reginald Thanos, or Thanos Reginald? Maybe it's something not particularly tough sounding. Like, yeah, my name's Thanos Daffodil. Thanos Petunia Daffodil. Yeah. I don't know what he sounds like. Giving him like a New Jersey accent. Yeah. Anywho, the point is you can come up with a genus name or a species name. I don't think... I think it would probably be against ICZN rules to name an animal like Matt Damon. I don't think you could do that. You know? I think that would be against the rules. And it might not even get there in the first place because remember, when you're publishing a paper like this, it has to go through peer review. And I bet that either the desk editors or the journal editors or even your peer reviewers would be like, no, you can't, no, we're not doing that. It's not against the rules, really, Paralititan? You would still have to get it through review, though. I don't know, I wonder. I mean, you can name something after somebody, but giving it the same name as them, so just like calling a new species of dinosaur Matt Damon probably wouldn't work, I would guess. Paralititan says, theoretically you can, but yes, it is. Yes, review is a thing. Okay. And Nutsense says, are they all peer-reviewed? That's kind of rare in general science publishing? No, I mean, that's what makes something a scientific publication, is it goes through peer review. At least in paleontology. In, like, other fields that are maybe a bit more time-sensitive, so, like, in the medical field, I think there might be an increasing trend toward post-publication peer review, or, I don't know, we have things like bioarchive. Yeah, preprint servers, which is where, like, you can put something up online and get everybody to read it, but it's not actually gone through peer review yet. So it's almost like peer review happens in real time out in the public, sort of. It might be oversimplifying here. But for the most part, the peer review process is something that, like, if it's going to make it into a scientific journal, especially in, well, at least in fields like paleontology, it has to go through peer review first. And that's one of the things about the original Dakotaraptor paper, like we were talking about earlier. Published in, what, 2014, I think? It's unclear whether or not it was actually peer-reviewed in the first place. Like, I don't think the reviews have been made public. Yeah. It's unclear, to me at least. But yeah. Used to be that peer review was the standard, which it still is for paleontology. If you're talking about, like, research on novel diseases or cancer research or something where, like, people's very lives are at stake, like, it's important to get these publications out as soon as possible so that people in the medical field can use this information ASAP, then preprint servers are big for this. I think this was a big deal during COVID as well. Like, research into novel coronaviruses, you don't want to have to wait weeks and weeks for your peers to send you back a review and then go through that whole rigmarole. It's like, no, just send the stuff out there, put it on a preprint server, have people look at it. Like, this is an evolving situation. We need the stuff out there now, you know? Now. That's the sort of thing that preprint servers are really good for. And I think that's much more common in the medical field than it is in, or it's like much more accepted. It's seen as less of a shortcut than it is in other fields. But I don't know. I'm not really the guy to ask about this, though, you know? I'm relaying to you what I've heard and the impressions that I have. I don't have experience throwing things up onto preprint servers and all of that, so take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. A large one. Yeah. And Paralititan says, I think peer review is only a requirement post-1985 or something. Before that, it just has to be the first printed name. You make a good point, because with certain dinosaur names, like with Saurophaganax, this was an animal who was first named, I think, in a newspaper article. I want to say that, yeah. John Willis Stovall. So these remains were named Saurophagus maximus by Stovall in an article by journalist Grace Ernestine Ray. I think it was a newspaper article or something, magazine article, something like that. Because the naming article did not contain a description, the name remained a nomen nudum. A nomen nudum is a name that doesn't have an associated description. It's a naked name. Nomen nudum. Excuse me, I'm all stuffed up. In 1987, Spencer Lucas erroneously made a tibia the lectotype, unaware that Saurophagus was a nomen nudum. Uh-oh. Later it was discovered that the name Saurophagus was preoccupied, which, yeah, it's not an uncommon animal. The tyrant flycatcher is like a well-known critter. So, like, people should have realized that name was preoccupied. So, in 1995, Dan Chury named Saurophaganax. Anax meaning ruler, replacing the early informal name Saurophagus. So anyway, it's... This is probably not a particularly interesting topic to be talking about on a live stream. The intricacies and the individual histories of different names like this, and which rules apply and which ones don't, and where we can offer exceptions to rules and all of that. Like, this is very in-the-weeds stuff. And I don't feel like I know enough about these particular instances or have enough fun stories to make it super interesting viewing. But I hope at least I'm getting across the idea that science is always a work in progress. It's done by human beings, and we make mistakes. It's important to have rules in place that kind of keep things on track. Sometimes you make exceptions to those rules. Sometimes the rules don't make sense in a particular instance. So you get a little creative, you know? These are the things that I find really interesting. Like, I think a lot of folks maybe in other scientific fields get really uncomfortable with the idea of ambiguity or exceptions being made to rules or stuff like that, but I find that stuff fascinating, you know? It's... And in a field that's as complex as paleontology, with so many different variables, so much uncertainty, I think that sort of thing is... I don't know. I find a certain degree of comfort in that ambiguity. I think if you're uncomfortable with the idea of ambiguity or mystery or uncertainty, maybe pursue a more straightforward science. You know? Something a bit simpler. More numbers-based. Less complicated. Something like physics, you know? Things can be neat and tidy. Where the very basis of your science is not magically complex and wondrously complex, I should say. Like
vote for poison.
And thank you, Lord Blaze, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But yeah. Wow, I'm very popular today, aren't I? Yeah. Keep getting visits from Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie. Yeah. What do you want to know, Minnie? She's sitting on the soundboard. You're always saying what, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. And Coldrake, it might be about that time, yeah. We might be wrapping things up. We have not talked very much today about Netflix's The Dinosaurs. Shoot, maybe we'll have to continue this into tomorrow. Which is also Thursday Birds Day, isn't it? Yeah. Anyhow, if you stare too long at the void, it lays down on your table. There you go, Gene Wen, yeah. And it demands snacks. And there you go, Starmie, yeah. Yeah. And did you discuss Tanystropheus? Oh, thank you, Parala Titan. We did not discuss Tanystropheus. I was a little bit befuddled by their take on Tanystropheus here. You know what it kind of reminded me of? I showed you my re-edited trailer of 65 earlier. It kind of reminded me of that. Where it's like, here's a generic monster-looking lizardy thing. Let's put some, like, frilly stuff on it and make it really mean. Like, yeah, it was a little strange. Here, watch out, Mini Pie. Right. You're getting real froggy right now. You better not bite me. She's all worked up. Here. Yeah. Here, let me lure you away from the desk with some treats. And maybe I can get some peace for a few minutes, and then I can wrap up the stream. How's that sound? Does that sound workable? Yeah?
What?
Yeah, let's do it. There, distraction time. Oh, what's this? What's this? Come on over here. There we go. Excuse me. Sorry, coughing into the mic. Bad manners. Hopefully that distraction works for at least a few minutes. Let's talk about Tanystropheus, which is this weird Tanystrophiid critter, or Dinosaurus, or what is this group even called nowadays? Prolecertiforms. I remember these guys from when I was a kid. That's no longer considered to be a valid... Dinocephalosaurus is the critter I was thinking of. Anyway, Tanystropheus has an absurdly long neck. Like, what?
What?
Why? What are you doing? And why are you lengthening your cervical vertebrae rather than just having more cervical vertebrae like elasmosaurs do later on? Like, what's your deal? What game are you playing here, Tanystropheus? These are just such ridiculous-looking animals. Where, like, their neck is it's, like, multiple times longer than the length of their torso. Just crazy. Like, what's up with you? Why evolve such a crazy long neck? Are you... why? You know? It almost invokes like a Yo Mama joke or something like that. It almost feels similar to that kind of hyperbole. It's like when Yo Mama sits around the house, she sits around the house. Like when Tanystropheus looks out the window, he looks out the window. Or it's, I don't know. But like, what a crazy animal. And that neck is clearly not super flexible because it has so few vertebrae in it. There's not that many points of articulation. And they may have had crazy long cervical ribs in order to keep the neck really rigid. So what in the world are they doing? You'll see lots of different depictions of this animal. Sometimes it's as an underwater, like, pursuit predator. Sometimes it's hanging out on land and kind of dipping its snout into the water. Like that. Lovely Mark Whitten illustration here. Yeah, the cervical, exactly, Pirella Titan, yeah. So, like, what are they doing? Wasn't there, like, a Jurassic Park toy? Yeah, there we go. It had, like, a super flexible neck, where you could, like, bend it, tie it into a knot, all that good stuff. You could have it constrict other critters like this. They couldn't really do that. They could not do that. The neck is not that flexible. Yeah. I fear my buddy Stefan's aquatic hypothesis. That's interesting. Like, it... Maybe they're doing like this, where they're... Something that would make sense to me is that if they could kind of sneak up to a shoal of fish and just be like, I'm hiding my body back here. I'm just gonna extend my neck way out and be like, just be like, how do you do, fellow fish? Don't mind me, I'm another fish. You extend your neck way out like that, you sneak up on them, and then you open up your mouth and maybe even do like a suction feeding kind of thing. There's this big void there in your throat, it's all air-filled or whatever. Maybe you generate some kind of a vacuum or what, I don't know. And you just go, and you'll just nab one or two of those fishes. Maybe it's like that? Oh, they have vomer teeth as well? Interesting. That would make sense. If they got teeth on the roof of their mouth, then I would say that speaks well to that possibility. Yeah. So yeah, maybe it's just trying to live that Elasmosaurus life, says Mayorspace. Maybe. Yeah. I do wonder what their teeth look like, because I don't actually know off the top of my head. Do we have a good skull from these critters? Because I wonder if they've got the interlocking teeth and the like pronathus teeth like an elasmosaur. This would suggest they do. I don't know enough about my Triassic archosauriforms. But yeah. Speakman 2021 Pier J. Is that this? Yep. Nice. Very cool. Is this a friend of yours, Pirella Titan? That's awesome. Yeah, where's the paper? Well, mystery solved. Okay. I've been studying Tanystropheus for over 30 years, so it's extremely satisfying to see these creatures demystified, said Oliver Ripiel at the Field Museum in Chicago. It would make sense. I mean, for one thing, the neck is so stupidly long that it's kind of hard to imagine them supporting that on land without it just dragging on the ground. So, yeah. I'll have to take a look at this paper later. Thank you, Pirella Titan, for bringing this up. Let me grab this and put it in my notes so I remember to read it. Good stuff. Anyway, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense for this critter to be aquatic. Yeah, I could see this kind of thing going on. When you're in the water, like, you don't have to worry so much about holding up your body parts. The natural buoyancy that you've got going on there in the water column. This is why whales don't typically explode until you put them on land. Like, they just don't work at all when they're on land, but in the water, they're weightless. People say that whales are the biggest animal to ever live, the heaviest.
When aren't fossils on your mind?
And Lizet Tayand, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. People say, you know, make a big deal about whales being big, but they're essentially weightless, you know? Sure, they've got a lot of mass, I suppose, but living in the water column, you know? You can get away with a lot doing that. Don't have to support your weight on land. It would make sense for Tanystropheus to be doing this, but, in Netflix's The Dinosaurs, we've got depictions of Tanystropheus being a critter kind of running around on land, right?
They're just the terrified locals.
So there's a big Sudasukian guy.
He sniffed first because not has advanced along.
Marasuchus, which may or may not be an actual ancestor of the dinosaurs. Here we go. Here's Tanystropheus.
Reptiles. Like.
So this was in the trailer, and it really reminded me of some of the, like, 65 monsters from that film. Like, it felt like generic lizardy thing. I think it's this, like, sagittal crest fin thing that's it's got going on here.
Tanystropheus. A 6-meter-long nightmare that stalks the shallow sea.
Huh. Like, I would think that having a sagittal fin like that would be a really bad idea on such a long neck, because it would make you really vulnerable to lateral stresses. So, like, if you've got wave action or something, like a current coming through, and you've got this additional sail like that, it's just going to knock you over, you know? You kind of want to be as streamlined as possible in that case, right? The fin would drag every time you move sideways, yeah, says Charlie's Dragon. Or the water moves sideways, yeah. Yeah. But I don't know.
And Rhynchosaur.
Anyway, I wish we could have seen more of the Tanystropheus, because it's... I kind of want to see where they go with that design, but it was such a brief thing. But yeah. Anywho. What did Pirella Titan say earlier? Oh, 2020. Oh, thank you. I can actually grab the paper from here. And PureJ, open access. Beautiful. You love to see it. Wait, what? Oh, hang on. Resume. Why didn't it check connection? That's strange. It's not letting me download it. Let's do high-res PDF, I guess. That worked. Okay. Even if it's taking a minute.
Access granted.
I'm having some trouble with PureJ lately, like connection timing out. It's not my internet connection either. Like, I have really high-speed internet here. Anywho, I'm excited to read through this. I remember when this came out, and I don't know why I didn't read it at the time. Yeah, those teeth. What a cool critter. I like how they even have the kind of fluting like you see on croc teeth or pterosaur teeth or spinosaur teeth. Certainly adapted for catching slippery prey, presumably ray-finned fishes. Yeah, nice. Or lobe-finned fishes. Maybe there's some coelacanths in there too. But yeah. And that's wild. The tooth coming up through the maxilla? That's bonkers. Like, what? Look at that. Having a tooth that comes up through the top of your snout. I mean, it probably didn't go up through the flesh. There was probably skin and muscle over this, or whatever. Soft tissue over the top of it. Maybe? I don't know. But, like, again. What? What? It's just nuts. You know? And I've seen the scans. It's probably... Oh, I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just... Like a tusk, but there's a peephole for it. Yeah. And Spartan says, what evolutionary need would there to be for interlocking bone and teeth like that? Excuse me. Sorry. I mean, it reminds me of like an anglerfish. Being able to have interlocking teeth like this has evolved independently multiple times in different lineages of critters. And, it just makes a really good fish trap, I guess. If you're snapping quickly at very slippery prey, this is a good arrangement to have, you know? So anglerfish, famously, have got some really nasty chompers. And they also interlock like that. And forgive me if I am getting the names wrong here. I'm not an expert in these kinds of ray fin fishes. So some of these might be viper fish or something. I wouldn't know. So don't get too upset, please. But they've got these crazy teeth. Like, they've got one shot to try and grab a prey item that happens to be drifting through their domain. These guys are essentially living in an environment that's kind of like an underwater desert. Like, there's so few critters around that you have to really do whatever you can to bring food in. So they've got that little lure right there. They're like, hey, come to me. And, like, I don't know how rarely it happens. It can't be very often at all that they finally get something edible that swims toward them. And it's do or die. You catch that thing or you starve. So having those big interlocking teeth like that, it might seem like overkill, but yeah, that's my interpretation of this, at least. I think that's the deal here, you know? And you get the same thing in various lineages of plesiosaur. You get it in spinosaurids. You get it in a bunch of critters like that who are all going after fishes or maybe squids too. But yeah. And thank you, Witchy Warcraft Girl. Happy partner anniversary. I appreciate that. Phytosaurs too. Yeah, there you go. Good point there. And in some of them, it's like they're crazy long teeth. Yeah, so some of these phytosaurs have these super long, spindly teeth like that, you know, they interlock like this and they stick out of the top and the bottom. It's just nuts. Yeah. We get that in, who was I just thinking of? Yeah, pterosaurs have this too, and some, oh, I'm forgetting. Is it a Chasma has these? The interlocking teeth? Yeah, although these may have been more for filter feeding than catching fishes, but yeah. Yeah. Dorignathus, maybe? Yeah, that might be a better example. Yeah, there you go. It's a bit of a jump scare here. But yeah, just nuts. Having those forward-facing teeth, pronathus, forward-facing, interlocking like that. We see the same thing in dinosaurs like Machiocasaurus, who somebody brought up in the chat earlier. It's named after a music artist. The lead guitarist of the band Dire Straits, Mark Knopfler, is the namesake for Machiocasaurus. Those weird forward-facing teeth like that. Pronathus. I got to see some of the original material of Machiocasaurus in collections in Denver, Colorado just a few weeks ago. Do I have photos of that? Thank you to Pat O'Connor for showing me some of that really cool stuff. That was awesome. I don't know if I took photos. Oh, here's Pat O'Connor holding the Simasuchus skull. That might be the holotype right there for that little pug-nosed croc. But yeah. But yeah, the Machiocasaurus material's in here too. They've got a bunch of stuff on loan from Madagascar right now as they work on it. Galaxy Greg, thank you for the kind words. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. So, yeah. Anyhow. Gravity says, okay, seriously now, what a way of not letting prey escape. Yeah, having those interlocking teeth like that. Elasmosaurs did the same thing. Just the teeth on these guys, kind of amazing. I would love to be able to get a file so I can actually 3D print this, because I find this just utterly fascinating. Like, it's such a cool thing. There's a, oh, that's interesting. Model there. There's a bunch of sculpts online that are not very good. This one isn't too shabby. I feel like I could take this and modify it. I don't know if it'd be worth the effort. Put in the skull sutures, and then, like, they always leave out the brain case on sculpts like this. Like, and it's not going to have the vomers or the other bones like that. It's not going to have the post-dentary bones in the lower jaw. I might as well just sculpt one from scratch at that point. Anyway, all of this cool architecture that you see in the Tanystropheus skull. Not a related animal. Probably not closely related at all. But, similar outcome. Similar... It's ended up in a similar place, evolutionarily speaking. And do any Charistodires have this too, like Champsosaurs? It's a good question. I feel like Champsosaurs tend to have more homodonty going on. Their teeth are smaller and more similarly sized and shaped to each other. But I wonder if any of them have the crazy snaggletooth kind of look too. I don't know enough about Champsosaurs and their relatives. Apparently some of them have palatal dentition, though. That's cool. They've got teeth on the roof of their mouth. Something else that's evolved multiple times within Sauropsida. Really cool. Anywho. Here, yeah, anyway. Holy cow, it's after 6:30. I need to wrap this up. I gotta go have some dinner. Gotta go check on Ios and Lordy. Hope they're feeling okay. And I need to take it easy, too, because I'm still not 100% over this cold. I've got to make sure I'm back up at 100% soon. And we got to go raid in a Racodactylus if he's still streaming right now. He's doing his science outreach stuff. Let's try and do that. Yeah, let's get rid of these tabs here. And commence our wrap-up procedure. Pull up another animal with some ridiculous teeth to run our credits over here. Our state fossil here in California. Esmilodon. I need to redo this because that's not a particularly good sculpt there. The teeth don't actually... The teeth are much narrower. They're laterally flattened. Anyway, hang on a second here. Our credits aren't working. Here we go. I think... Oh, come on. Refresh cache. There we go. Now it's working. Good. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. See if we can continue the science. Let's see here. Reco is on. Excellent. Beautiful. And Apolulu, thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in. Sneaking that one right under the wire. I appreciate it. And I hope you'll be back tomorrow for some more paleontologizing. For right now, thank you to everybody who's appearing in our credits. New followers like you, Apolulu. Raiders and subscribers and gifters and cheerers. Everybody who makes these streams possible through their financial contributions. I really appreciate that. More than I can tell you. It's a big deal. It's such a privilege to be able to do science outreach like this. Make a living doing it. I'm deeply grateful. Likewise to the moderators who make these streams possible. By keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, that's a really big deal. And I am deeply grateful, moderators. Tomorrow's Thursday Birds Day. We'll be doing some cool modern theropod stuff. And we'll see what else we get up to. Maybe we'll talk about more Netflix, the dinosaurs, because we didn't get to that very much today. But for right now, let's go right into Racodactylus. Cognitive scientist, researcher into why people believe weird things, everything from urban legends to conspiracy theories to pseudoscience. It's gonna be a good time. We'll go see what Reiko's up to. Catch you later, everybody. Take care.